Today, I'm inviting you to craft a story with me. My newest story, Cursed Antiquities, is a 14-project craft kit that follows the story of Jordan Hale, the agent in charge of investigating a rash of cursed items sold to the unsuspecting residents of Marrowhaven. As we craft each project, we'll be adding parts of the story to Agent Hale's notebook, investigating the scene of each incident, and locking the dangerous antiquities away so that they can no longer cause harm. At the end of the story, you'll have a box full of projects that you handcrafted as you explored this exciting tale. This kit is very beginner friendly, and I am with you every step of the way with easy to follow instructions. I also treat each project in the box as a separate crafting session, so you can use the timestamps on this video to find exactly the project you want to work on when you're ready to work on it. Cursed Antiquities is a digital download available for purchase in my Etsy shop. All you need to craft this story is a color printer, paper, cardstock, and a few other basic supplies. I do keep my stories family friendly, but please keep in mind that this tale is a little spooky and does have a couple of deaths and a disappearance that happen off screen. However, there are no graphic descriptions or imagery. Now let's go over the supplies that you're going to need while crafting this box kit. For paper, I use 110-pound cardstock. I also use 32-pound paper. This paper is a little thicker than your average copy paper, but I feel like it holds up much better than thinner copy paper would. You'll need a pair of scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point, and an optional glue stick. I like Beacon Fabri-Tac for my liquid glue and Uhu for my glue stick. You will see me exclusively use this glue throughout the video, just because it's a little faster for me while filming. We're going to be binding some pages in, so you will need a small book binding kit. You can also use substitutes for these tools, so you'll need something to poke a hole through the paper. You will need a needle with a large eye. This is a large book binding needle. And then some kind of string. I have a wax thread. And then at one point I used this baker's twine. This is on our evidence envelope that I used this. So if you just have one kind of string, that's fine. Any kind of embroidery floss or string that you have on hand will work. Now let's take a look at some of the optional supplies. A bone folder makes it easier to create sharp creases on all of your projects. A scoreboard makes it easier to make those creases in the first place, so you just lay things on here and then score things with this tool. This is also a bone folder, so picking up one of these gets you a bonus bone folder. I use a Velcro dot in one project, but that is entirely optional. I also use some brads in the evidence envelope to make the wrap closure, but I give you some alternatives for that as well, so you don't have to have the brads. And then our last, and to me the most important optional item, is vintage photo distress ink. I'll be using this distress ink on the edges of all my projects. I think it gives a more finished look, but you can skip this step if you want. Printing these files is pretty straightforward. Each page contains instructions for the paper type. So for example, this one says to print on cardstock. It tells you what project it is used for, and then it lets you know if you need to print a backer paper on the reverse side. So here is another example. This page is on paper and it is for the Shadow Lantern project, and then there's no additional instructions, so nothing needs to be printed on the reverse side. I will go over all of this information as well as what supplies you need at the start of each project. I do recommend watching the introduction for each project before printing and cutting out the pages that you're going to be using. I also have a quick note about cutting machines. PNGs are provided, but please be sure to use a machine or a method that allows you to print and cut at full page size. Cricut Print and Cut shrinks all of the pieces and can cause things to scale differently. I recommend using a full page workaround if printing and cutting with Cricut. If you're cutting by hand and are nervous about some of the more detailed pieces, then check out my fussy cutting tutorial, where I go over the basics and work you up to creating more complex double-sided fussy cuts. I think that covers just about everything, so let's start crafting Cursed Antiquities. Before we can begin hunting down Cursed Antiquities, we need a secure container to serve as an archive. Every report, every observation, and every piece of evidence Agent Hale recovers will be stored here, sealed under Bureau authority. There are 11 pages in this project. All of them are on cardstock, and you don't need any backer papers printed on the reverse side. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, look for the pages that are marked box lid and box bottom. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue, and your optional glue stick. And I have used vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. I'll be using a bone folder, and I also use the scoreboard to score all of my pieces. These are optional and you can just use them if you want to. So I'm going to start by assembling the box lid. For this, we are going to need the Cursed Antiquities page, the Authorized Access Only page, and then the 4 pieces that look like this, the skinny pieces with this green and the key pattern on it. There are 2 for the short sides of the lid, and then 2 long ones for the longer sides of the lid. Let's start by creasing all of the side panels. For the 2 longer ones, we're going to have 2 creases to make, one between the key pattern and the green. And then I like to make sure that my creases are nice and sharp. And then 1 crease between the green and then this little tan bit of key pattern here. You do not fold right here between the white and the tan key pattern. This is just a little bit of overflow print so that when you put the top on, there's a little extra color there and you don't have to worry about white poking through around your designs. So the 2 long ones get those 2 folds, and then the smaller ones, the shorter ones, again, folding between the green and the key pattern, folding between the green and this tab right along this line. And then you have 2 additional folds. There are brown tabs on either side. These are going to fold in. Now you see I have some distress ink on the back here. These areas here will show a little bit once you put the box together. So I put ink in these areas right along the tabs. Anything with a little bit of an angle is a tab. So I put ink along these areas to hide the white paper whenever the box is put together. This area here, I've only inked it so you can see the crease from the back. You don't need to ink here if you don't want to. So I'm going to grab my glue. You can use a glue stick if you want. I'm using my Beacon Fabri-Tac. This is my favorite glue for videos. It's just faster for me to apply. It makes less mess and it dries really quickly. But if you have a glue stick, that will work well for this project as well. And I'm going to grab one of these side panels. And we're going to fold that key print, not the tab, but this part of the key print all the way over. I'm going to give that a sharp crease. And then I'm going to glue it down. So I'm just going to place glue right here in this area. And then glue these together. This is going to give us print for the inside of the lid. And then I'm going to repeat that with the second short panel. I'm going to fold that in. Give that a crease, and then glue the panels back to back. And I'm using my bone folder to spread that liquid glue out some. Now I am going to give this a fold all the way over and kind of firm that crease up. If you have any buckling or anything kind of popping up when you do that, just kind of press down on the outside edge and flatten this back out, and it should just go into place pretty easily. Now that we have these 2 pieces prepared, I'm going to grab the inside of our lid, and that'll be this panel here with the Authorized Access Only on it. And I'm going to position my pieces around it. Now, these pieces are interchangeable, but I've gotten feedback that you guys really like that these are labeled for what side they go on. So I'm going to put this one on the top side, this one on the bottom. This one has right on it, and this one has left side on it. And this is kind of helpful, particularly the top and bottom, when you flip this over. So you'll know which side is the top and bottom before you put the outside panel on. So I've got my panel. I'm going to move bottom out of the way here. And this is just going to glue right on top of that big tab. So I'm going to put a nice amount of glue on here, good coating. Not too much. You don't want to overdo the glue. And then I'm going to place this right on top of the tab. I'm going to push it all the way up into the crease, and then I'm going to center it left and right, aligning it with these sides as best I can. Then I'm going to fold this all the way over. and give that a smooth. And let's repeat that for the other one. So this is my bottom. It's going at the bottom of the page. And I'm going to glue all over that tab. Push it all the way up into the crease. Line up those edges. And then I'm going to fold this all the way over. We need to fold these all the way over because when we start putting these sides on, we need to make sure there's enough space to fold these down in. So I'm going to go back to right side up. Now I'm doing my left side. And again, I'm going to glue on that tab. Now this is loose. This is supposed to be loose. We haven't glued that down yet. And I am just going to pop this on top of that tab. I'm going to fold this down, and then I'm going to fold it all the way over. And then I'm going to give this a good crease and just firm up everything here. And that way I know when I fold this back down in, it's going to fit properly. And now let's turn and do the right side. Glue on our big tab. And line that up. Lining it up side to side, pushing it into the crease, and then folding everything all the way over. Then I'm going to press this down. If you are not using a bone folder, you can just use your thumbnail along here. You can use the back of your scissors along here. There are lots of options. You don't need fancy tools all the time. Now let's assemble the corners of the box. We're going to open these up, these two long sides, stand our short sides up, and I'm going to fold these tabs in. So this is standing up at a right angle. And then I'm just going to lift this up and it's going to fold over. So we're going to put glue all along here. We're going to cover an entire panel, but then you also want to put glue here and here. So there is glue on both sides of your tabs. I'm going to stand these short sides up, lift this into place, and then fold it over. And I'm going to push in here and then pinch. Give that a pinch. I'm going to lift it up and check my corners. I'm going to make sure these are nice and tight. And once I'm happy with how those look, I'm going to give this a quick rub with my finger, my bone folder, whichever tool I am using. And then we'll repeat that for the final side. So I've got my glue. We're going to cover this panel in the glue. And then make sure you get the ends of the other panel. Pushing these in, making sure that's standing up at 90 degrees, and then we're just going to roll right over the top. I'm pushing in on the sides. And now I'm going to check my corners. And that's looking pretty good. Stand it up. And that's the inside of my lid done. Now I just need to flip it over and add the panel to the top on the outside. So visually check, make sure this is the right way around, but you can also see if you followed the directions on the tabs here, top is at the top and bottom is on the bottom. And you're going to want to make sure that this panel is glued well to all of the edges, because if you make several of my kits or you have this on a bookshelf on display with some other things, it could get caught. The corners could catch. So it's a good idea to make sure that all of your edges are glued down really well. And I am just going to pop that into place. I'm going to center it up right on top. And then flip this over and you can rub it with your fingers or whatever tool you have from the back. Spread that glue out. And now we have the lid for our box. For the bottom of the box, I am just going to repeat those same steps for the bottom. I am going to do this all the way through, but if you've made a lot of boxes with me, you are probably comfortable doing this on your own. But for the beginners, I'm going to do this step by step. So let's start with our short ends like we did before. And again, we've got a crease here, green, brown. We're just going to crease here. We're going to crease between the wood and our key pattern, that's hand pattern. And then we're going to fold our tabs in. That's what it looks like from the back. And then we're going to glue this down. So this is the same thing, it's just a little bigger, a little deeper. Same thing for this one. All those folds, folding between the wood and the tan. We're not folding here. And there we go. Now we're going to grab the inside bottom of our box. That is the green pattern. And we're going to place our top at the top, bottom at the bottom, right on the right, and left on the left. I'm going to place the outside bottom off to the side. And let's go ahead and glue these short sides on. So just like before, we're going to glue these tabs. I'm going to take the bottom. This doesn't really have an up and a down, so you can place it any way you like. I'm going to go right up into that crease. I'm going to line it up left and right, and then fold over, and then rub that down. Grab the bottom. Same thing. Glue on that tab. Right into the crease here. Line up left and right. And then fold all the way over. And smooth it down. Now I've got my left hand side. I'm going to go ahead and attach the long sides. Glue on my tab. Find that corner to kind of press it into, and then make sure I am lined up left and right. And I'm going to fold all the way over. And finally, the right side, same thing. Just going to tuck that right underneath. Fold, fold. Make sure that is snugged into the corner really well. And now we have something that looks like this. It's all green on the inside. I'm going to open these up, these long sides. Going to get those little tabs folded in so that they're at a 90-degree angle. Let's glue the first panel. And then on the sides where the tabs go, make sure we get a good adhesion with that. I'm going to stand my sides up. And then this one's a little taller, so it's a little more awkward than the last one. Push in on the sides to get those tight corners. And fold it over. Now we're checking our corners. making sure everything is nice and tight. That is particularly important on the bottom of the box. If you get way out of line, the lid might not fit on properly. So definitely make sure your corners are nice and tight. And then I'm just going to smooth that down. Flipping to the other side. And glue all over my panel along those sides where the tabs go. And then up and over. Pushing in. Checking my corners. And then giving that a smooth. Now all we have left to do is flip it over. And this isn't really as directional. The inside doesn't have a top and a bottom. So, and same with this, I went sideways on this one. So it's up to you if you want it to go this way or this way. And again, it really does not matter very much. And then I'm going to get my glue on the back. Again, making sure that we're getting as close as possible to those corners. And then I'm going to just put a really good scribble in the middle. You want to make those edges glued down really well. And I'm just going to center this up on the back and give it a smooth from the inside. And that's it for our box bottom. And now it is time, it's the moment of truth. And there we go. It is all done. This is ready for us to fill with all of our incident reports, notebooks, evidence, anything we come across during this story. The first addition to the box will be our agent's notebook. This investigator-style notebook will serve as an introduction to our agent and the agency they work for, the Bureau of Esoteric Affairs. As we craft our way through the story, we're going to fill this up with Jordan's notes and observations. There are 4 pages in this project. 2 of the pages will be the outside of the notebook. That's these pieces here, this kind of leather with all the stitching and then the green pattern. And then the other 2 pages are going to be on paper. That will be the pages with the actual notes on them. And then the blank pages, there'll be 2 of these to the page. You're going to see a couple of notes on the page with the blank pages that you're going to need to print 3 copies of this page. So you'll end up with 6 of these sheets, 6 of these pieces. And then the back side of all 3 sheets need to have backer paper 1 printed on them. If you're unsure which pages are for this project, remember there are notes at the top. So all of these are going to be marked with notebook. For supplies, you're going to need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point, as well as your optional glue stick. You will need bookbinding supplies, so a tool to poke holes, thread to bind with. I'm using a wax thread, but you can substitute embroidery floss or another kind of string. They'll be a little stretchier than this, but they'll get the job done. And you're going to need a needle with an eye large enough to hold your thread and large enough to work with. It's going to be going through fairly large holes, so you can get a fair size needle. And just a reminder that I am using vintage photo distress ink on all of my pieces around the edges. So we're going to start by assembling the body of the notebook. So I'm going to put all of these pages off to the side, this one as well. And I am going to be working, starting with these 2 larger pieces right here. Now, both of these need to be creased. You're going to crease this one right along here. This is going to fold over and glue to the back. And then again, right here between the green and the brown so that you can fold that over as well. Once you get those folded, we're going to glue those down. So I'm going to grab my glue and I'm just going to run some around this panel. A little scribble on the back. And then fold that over. And if you have any white poking out along this side, you can use a little distress ink or something similar to cover it up, or you can trim up the edge. I'm just going to smooth that out. And then same thing on this one, it's going to fold up. And I did put a little ink along here. I'm not sure that's really necessary. And I'm going to glue this panel in place. Once you have those glued in place, we're going to make some folds on the longer one, the one that has Agent Jordan Hale written on it. At the top of this, you're going to see a bunch of horizontal stitching, and then there's going to be a line right here. We're going to fold all the way over on that line. After you've made that fold, we're going to do some folding along the stitching. This does not have to be perfect or accurate. I actually just used my scoreboard and just kind of ran some scores along here. I haven't even folded them yet. This is going to give us a rounded look to the top of the notebook when it's done, so we just want it to be a little bit flexible. So you can give it a little bit of a crease if you want. If you have a scoreboard, run some score lines across there. Otherwise, give it a little bit of a fold in between each of those stitching lines. They don't have to be perfect, but that's going to help give you that rounded look later on. Little creases here and one really big sharp crease right here. We're going to use the sharp crease only. We're not going to glue over this area. And I'm just going to grab the other piece of the notebook. This is the back, and it's going to go over these little creases right up into the corner, and that sharp crease is going to fold over, and that's going to attach the back of the journal to the front. So we're just gluing this panel here, not all of our little pre-creased lines. And I'm going to push this right up in, make sure it's centered left and right, and then fold it over. And I'm just going to check and make sure. I'm going to look at it from both sides, see if anything is poking out, make sure it is straight. Now there are a couple of pockets to attach to the inside. They're both of these little key pockets. And I'm going to attach them so that the black in the stitching faces downward at the top and upward at the bottom. That stitching is going to face inward so that it looks finished, like it's a finished pocket. It's been stitched around the edges. And we're just going to put a little bead of glue around 3 sides because we want to be able to tuck things inside of these pockets like that. So I'm going to grab the black edge, and using my liquid glue with the point, I'm going to put a thin line of glue around 3 sides. And then I'm just going to pop that into place. I want it lined up all the way at the top and on both sides. And then I'm going to repeat that for the second one. So I'm going to hold on to the black edge, flip it, and glue the other 3 sides. And line it up left, right, and then that top edge. So now we have a couple of tuck pockets. And now for the front, we're going to attach the emblem to the front. We're just going to kind of center it up between this stitching up here and the name of our agent. It doesn't have to be perfect. We want to get that bureau logo on there, right about there. And now we can sit this off to the side to dry, and we're going to work with this piece and attaching our pages. So you'll see that this piece is a little similar to the outside. We've got those stitching lines across the center. And I did the same thing on this one. I've scored all of these. If you don't have a scoreboard, it's okay. You can give these some little creases all along there just to kind of get it started. Don't fold it over sharply. We don't want it to be too harsh, but just give it a little crease, kind of soften that paper, start working it so that it's going to want to curve nicely for us later on. And then we're just going to flatten that out, and we need to punch out these holes. I'm going to grab, this is just some cardboard that I can punch down into, and I'm just going to take my little pokey tool and I'm going to poke through all of the white circles. This is where our stitching is going to go through. There we go. So we have that prepared. And let's go ahead and grab our pages. You should have 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they all should be printed with backer 1 on the other side. And then you're going to go ahead and punch these holes out same way as we did the other one. You're going to want to punch all of the holes on all 6 pages. So I've got those all done. I've got 6 pages here with the holes punched. I have my little, we're going to call it a spine insert. We have that with all of the 9 holes punched in that. Now we need to fold all of these in half. They can fold in half in either direction. I'm going to fold mine with the kind of plain side inside and the busy side on the outside. It doesn't matter which way you do it. We're actually going to cover these all up with little panels later. So as the story goes on, we're going to glue in these panels. You can see where it's going to cover up most of it. So the direction does not matter on these. So get them all folded in half. And then we're going to pair them up. So we're going to take 2 and nest them together. And then 2 more. And the last 2. So we'll have 3 sets of 2, and this will go with our 3 sets of holes on our spine piece. Next, let's get our string, and we're going to measure out 3 lengths of string. I like to use the edge that I'm going to be stitching on, and I go 1, 2, 3, and then sometimes I'm a little generous and add a little extra so I don't end up having trouble tying a knot. So I'm going to repeat that 2 more times. So I have 3 lengths of string. So 1, 2, 3, a little extra. One, 2, 3. I've got my 3 pieces of string, and let's get our needle and go ahead and thread that with one of our strings. Now I'm going to take 1 pair of pages, so I've got my 2 nested pages here, and my spine. I'm going to flip the spine to the white side. I'm going to find a hole in this center row, right along here, and I'm going to go down through that hole so that I'm coming out on the printed side. Then I'm going to grab my pages and I'm going to go through the center hole of both pages. Right there. I'm going to pull the thread most of the way through, but you need to leave enough length so that you can tie a knot. I'm going to line my pages up. I'm going to line my holes up as best I can. It's a little tricky. You might have to mess around with it. And then I'm going to come over and go through one of the side holes, right, left, doesn't matter. I'm going to go through that, and then I'm going to come back up through the spine piece. Then I'm going to go all the way to the other side, the hole we have not used yet in this row, and go back down through, like so. I'm going to grab my tail, I'm going to pull it to the side, and then I'm going to go back through this hole, being careful not to poke my needle through my string. That's going to leave me with 2 tails. I'm going to place one on the other side of the center string and then tie a knot. I always do right over left, left over right. Nobody has told me it is wrong. And then I want to snip these so that they are shorter than the width, so that they're not going to poke out of the sides. I could cut that one just a little shorter. Now you're going to go ahead and repeat that process. You can rewind and watch it again if you need to, but repeat that process with the next 2 rows of holes. and the next two sets of papers. I recommend using a little tape and taping these strings down so that they're out of the way. So here's just a little Scotch tape. You can use washi tape, anything you like. And I'm just going to put a little tape over that so those strings aren't kind of bouncing around, giving me a hard time. If you don't mind living dangerously, you can leave them be. But now everything's nice and neat and I can insert my other pages. Okay, so I have all 3 rows in. So I have something that looks like this. You can see it from the side. And I'm going to be able to flip through all of these pages just like a little notebook. I'm going to take it and make a T out of it. I'm going to get my notebook cover. I'm going to open that up, and this is just going to glue right over the white space in the center of the notebook. That will make the spine on this piece line up with the spine on the other piece. So I'm just going to grab my liquid glue. You can use your glue stick if you like. I like the liquid glue because I can kind of push it around a little bit, and I'm going to make sure that I get glue around all the edges. And I am going to put a little glue on this spine area. I usually don't, but we want this one to curve nicely. So I'm going to give it a kind of a good coating of glue, and then I'm actually going to smooth this out just a little bit with my finger and make sure I have good coverage. If you don't have good coverage in this center area, it might want to pop apart on you. And it's not the end of the world, but I'd like to try to get it to be nice and flat. And then I'm just going to pop it right over that white space and move it around until it is centered and covering all of the white on both sides. And then I'm going to grab my bone folder. You can use your scissors or a ruler or something like that. And I'm going to try to get between all of these page areas and really press it down. I want this to be nice and flat. There we go. And then I'm going to get those edges. And then I'm going to leave this to dry really well before trying to fold it. If you try to fold it too soon, your edges are going to pop apart, your layers will pop apart, and it's not going to look as nice. So I recommend leaving this to dry until you know that glue is good and dry. So I've left mine to dry for a while, and all we're going to do is bring this lid down, give it a little bit of a crease with our fingers along here, and then start pinching right along this top spine to kind of curve it upwards. Now, I do have a little bit of separation here. Mine has gotten a little bit persnickety. You can take something like your scissors and kind of press up into that if your glue has let loose. You can just give that a little bit of a nudge. You could also pull it down a bit, put a little bit more glue in there, and then press it upward. Or you can just leave it be because it's not really hurting anything. So don't worry about perfection on this. The outside of it looks really cool. So that is our notebook all put together. The bottoms should line up. So if you're not quite lining up, give the creases a little bit of an adjustment. And we have our investigator's pad that flips open and our investigator can write their notes in. So let's put a little bit into this. We have a business card for Jordan, our Agent Jordan Hale. So we're just going to put that right up in this pocket. And now we have the little authorized access only. This is a very private notebook. This is Bureau property. Even though Jordan writes in it, it belongs to them. So this is going to glue right on the first page. You can use your glue stick if you like. I'm just going to go around the edges on this and then give it a little swizzle. This is on cardstock, so it will be fairly thick. And I'm going to make sure that I'm not overshooting the bottom of my page here. This is going to fit pretty snugly on the page. And if you want to, you can kind of do this kind of a thing. You just want to center it up on there as best you can. So now we have the first page. And then we're going to turn, make sure your pages are not sticking together. If you want, you can always take your scissors and rough the edges of these papers up a little bit, and that might make them stick together a little less. So if you're having trouble pulling the pages apart, rough up the bottoms. It'll give it kind of a deckled edge look, especially if you put some more distress ink on there. And then they're going to be a little easier to grab, I think. So we're going to turn, make sure there's no strings. You should be on the first spread, so to speak. And we have a couple of pages of notes from Agent Hale. So these are the opening notes, and we're just going to glue these right in place. If I can get a hold of my notes. I'm going to go around the edges again, and then just a little squiggle on the inside. I'm going to center the one with the date on it up at the top. And then this one is going to go at the bottom, the one with the sketch on it. And I suggest that you go ahead and read this opening note now. It is a little introduction to Agent Jordan Hale, and also kind of tells you a little bit about what's going on, about the cabinet and the agency, just kind of a quick overview, and the city that you're in. So there is the first entry in our investigator's notebook. We'll be adding a lot more entries to this as the story goes on, but for now, we are done with this and we can put it in the box. Every agent needs identification, so let's put together Agent Hale's Bureau ID. This is a quick little bifold that holds Jordan's photo ID and badge. There are 3 pages, all of them printed on cardstock. The page with the black leather bifold wallet on it is going to need backer paper 4 printed on the reverse side. For supplies, all you're going to need are scissors, your choice of glue. It can be a glue stick or a liquid glue. And again, I did use vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. All of the pages for this project have the Agent ID label at the top of them. So I'm going to go ahead and move the portraits out of the way. I provided a bunch of different portraits so you can decide what Agent Hale looks like. So I'm going to put these to the side. All the faces make my camera just go crazy. And let's build the wallet. So I'm going to start with the outside of the wallet, which is actually this printed piece. I wanted to add a little color when you were kind of going through the items in the box. So I opted to put this print on the outside. And we're just going to place these 2 black leather pieces right on top of that. So we'll have this fun little print around the edge and that black leather kind of continued outside to inside. Now, before you apply these, you are going to want to fold this in half. You're just going to fold it directly in half this way, vertically, not horizontally, because that's not going to work. So get that folded in half, add a little ink if you want to, and then we're going to place these black leather panels on the outside. And I've already placed glue on this one. I got a little ahead of myself, and that's just going to center up on the panel, just like so. And I'm going to do the same thing with the other one. The direction doesn't matter too much. I am going to put the lighter part of this towards the center. When this is closed, that will be the top of that panel. So putting the lighter part to the top makes sense. A little bit of directional lighting. So when it is closed, that is the front of the ID and that is the back. Then we'll pop that open and smooth that from the reverse side. And now we have the black leather inside. And we're just going to place these cards on each of these panels. So grabbing my glue again, just going to put a nice little border of glue around the edges. And I'm putting the portrait part of it at the top. And then this badge section is going at the bottom. Right like that. Give everything a good smooth. Let's try to make sure it's straight. And then I have given you a little outline. The badge, just for a little dimension, is going to go right over that subtle outline on the bottom panel. So I'm just going to glue this down right over top of that. And now all you have left is to decide what Agent Jordan Hale looks like. There are a ton of options here. I am going to go with, let's see here, one of these ones, really easy to get on the end. Let's go with this woman right here. And I'm going to give this a little ink around the edges because I like that look. And then I'm just going to glue the portrait in here. So this is where you can start customizing this kit to kind of fit your own vision. Right over our rectangle. And now we have Agent Hale's identification. If you've read Agent Hale's first entry, they mentioned a new containment cabinet where dangerous items and artifacts are placed. We're going to build this cabinet. As the story goes on, we're going to be placing our cursed antiquities into the cabinet along with Jordan's research. But for now, our cabinet is freshly delivered and empty. There are 10 pages for this cabinet. All of them are marked with cabinet at the top of the page, just like that. Everything is on cardstock. The page with the key and containment protocols are going to need backer 2 on the reverse side of the page. And the page with cabinet front 1, I can get it out here, cabinet front 1, is going to need backer 3 printed on the reverse side. Now you're going to see a lot of white boxy areas on this one. You don't need to cut those out. I even put a little note, don't cut out white area. This is to show you where glue goes and also just to save on ink. There's a lot of layering in this piece because I wanted a super sturdy folio cabinet for you. And so we're going to be layering up 2 and 3 layers of cardstock at a time. Supplies are easy. You'll need scissors to cut everything out, a liquid glue with a fine point, plus your optional glue stick. And I did, again, use vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. So the first thing I'd like to do is slide all of the larger pieces off to the side. And I'm going to grab all these smaller strappy bits and the little slide buckle that we're going to make. These little buckles are going to get folded directly in half. That way they are thicker, sturdier, and they're printed on both sides, though that doesn't probably matter too much. So it doesn't matter which side ends up the inside or the outside. You don't have to worry about that. So we're just going to fold these in half and then glue them together so that we have a nice thick strap. And then we're going to put these to the side to dry while we're working on everything else. Just going to get a layer of glue in there. Just like that. And pinch those closed. And I'll grab my bone folder and give them a little press just to mush them down a little bit. Put too much glue on that one. And then I'm just going to sit these off to the side out of the way. Next, we're going to take a look at the straps. These are the ones with the embellishments on them. These we're not going to do anything with right away. I'm just going to put these off to the side along with the slides that I just glued. And we're going to glue the short pieces to the back of the long pieces. So you're going to have a little white piece like this sticking out, and they should just glue back to back. So I'm going to apply my glue to the short piece. And then place it on the back of the longer piece. And it doesn't matter which one, they're both the same, they're identical. Just line up the point and the sides and give that a little press, and then repeat it for the second one. Good coating of glue. And I'm going to pop that right on there, line up the points. And then these can go to the side with our other pieces. Now let's start building the pieces for the cabinet. I'm gonna kind of dig around here. And let's start with cabinet front 1, cabinet front 2, and cabinet front 3. And these are going to stack up, but the first thing we want to do is do a little crease. There's a tiny spine on this piece. You can see there's going to be a line on either side of this little decorative wood edge. There's a line here and here. Now, I know it's a little hard to see. I tried to make it a light line. Mine's inked over. Here is a printout where you can kind of see, I added a couple of dashes so you could better see where those creases should go. If you're a little off, it should be fine. It shouldn't be a big deal. But I tried to do my best. This is a very dark and moody kit, and I wanted to make sure I did my best so that you could see them. But I wanted to give you a little extra visual aid on that one. So we've got this crease. This is just going to go at 90-degree angles. This is going to contain everything inside the folio, so they don't have to go perfectly flat. Now we're going to grab cabinet front 2, and we're just going to glue it centered over that white panel on cabinet front 1. And this is a great place to use your glue stick. I'm just going to put a quick little swoosh of my liquid glue on there. And I am just going to place that right on top, and I'm going to center it up. Let me fold this under. I'm going to try to center this up left, right, top, and bottom on that front panel. Once you have that one placed, we can put cabinet front 3 right on top of that. Same thing, we're just going to put a good coating of glue, get those edges pretty well, and then a nice coating in the middle. And then make sure you have it right side up and center it up on the previous panel. All right, so there is our front panel. I'm going to put that one off to the side, and let's go with cabinet outside back. And you're going to have this wood piece that's kind of stamped or embossed with the Bureau's information on it. This is the back of our cabinet. We're just going to glue this page right over top of the other one. This is going to give us some dimension and also make the final project, the completed project, much thicker and nicer. It's kind of a twofer. I'm just going to center that up and press it down. We'll put this one off to the side, and let's look for, oh, there we go, cabinet inside back, and then the shelving. The shelving, again, is going to glue right over that center white box. Good amount of glue around those edges. And again, glue stick, perfect for this project. I just like how fast this glue dries for when I'm filming. So I'm sticking with this one. There we go. And finally, we have these smaller pieces. We have this small piece with the tab, and again, you're going to have a small kind of spine here that you need to fold. Again, I made a white lighter lines on that, and then I tried to mark them on the page for you so you could see what they look like. So we have this piece here with our fold, and then this one is solid, but we're just going to center this print right up on. We've got this cabinet flap panel. We're going to center that up. And I'm going to put this one off to the side for now because now we're going to put our large pieces together and build the cabinet before we put the embellishments on. So I'm going to get all of my pieces here. I'm going to start with the large one, the cabinet front. I'm going to flip it over so that it has the wood side up. And this inside cabinet back is going to attach to the tab. And you're going to have the panel, the spine, and the tab. And you're just going to glue that tab right behind this panel. Make sure you don't glue your spine. We need that extra space to hold all the goodies that are going to go in here. I'm just going to lift this up, and you can even fold this over just to make sure you have it in the right spot. And then give that a tap to make sure it's centered top and bottom. Flip it over, give it a little press. And then you can open that up and give it a little adjustment if you want. This only has to go to a 90-degree angle. It doesn't have to fold all the way over because it's going to have that little spine there. And there we have that one attached, and we're going to repeat that for this side. So we're going to flip it. We're going to glue the tab only, and it's going to go right underneath here. So glue on the tab. Oops, put it under the shelving. And I have a little bit of glue on my spine, so I'm going to wipe that off. And then I'm going to lift this up to that 90. I'm going to fold it over just to be sure, and then give a little tap tap and make sure everything is lined up. Flip over, give that a little rub. And now we have something that looks like this. Let's flip over to the back side, and now we're just going to glue this panel right on the back. It's going to hide those tabs and finish off the back side. I'm going to make sure I get some nice neat glue all around these edges. And then fill in that middle. And again, glue stick is totally fine. It might not slide as well unless you put a generous amount on. So make sure you put a generous amount of your glue stick on so you can slide this into place if you need. Make sure it's right side up. And then place it on the back. And then I'm going to stand this up on my surface and just give it a tap, and it should be lined up pretty well. I'm going to fold in and make sure it's adjusted side to side. And then I'll just press the entire thing down. Now we get to start attaching some of these straps to the cabinet. So let's just slide over here, and we're going to need these two pieces as well as these two pieces. For these, we're going to fold these right along the lines. There's kind of a brown box, and then you have your decorative front. So I'm just going to fold right along those. They should overlap in the back like this. I'm going to grab my bone folder and give those a little press. And then I'm going to grab one of these straps, and before I glue this together, I'm going to run this strap through the middle and make sure that this is moving freely. This is going to have to slide back and forth along this strap. This is our closure mechanism. Once you have that done, you can glue these together. And I'm going to put the large one on the bottom, put a little glue on it, and then I'm going to press that small one into it. And then let's repeat that for the second one. So I'm going to fold there. I'm going to fold here. Make sure that these are square. And let's grab my bone folder or the back of your scissors. Give Give those a press, and then I'm going to grab one of my straps and put it through, and that is moving nicely. So I'll put that little bit of glue right there, press that in, and I'm going to let these dry before I try to put this together. So let's bounce over. Make sure your glue stays attached. We don't want to accidentally glue these down to our surface, so that's why we're letting them dry before we move on. So I'm going to flip it this way so you can see it in the camera better. We have our cabinet flap, and we're going to get these two straps. And these straps are going to be placed so that this panel is going to butt right up against this. It's going to hide the white, but then you're going to look on this side and you're going to center it up over the white. It's not going to cover all of the white. I wanted you to be able to see the edges of it. I wanted you to be able to see if it was kind of square. Use it as a visual guide. But we are going to glue these down right on here, lined up with that white, but using this here as a little stopper so that we get them even and in the right place. So I've got my little bit of glue. I'm going to kind of eyeball that, flip it, move it into camera so you can see, and then I'm just going to make sure all that white is gone and then adjust it so that it is square and straight. And then I'm going to repeat that for this second one. Place the glue on the white. I'm going to flip this. I'm going to kind of find where this is going to go. And then make sure all the white has disappeared. And then adjust this up and down so that it is square. It should kind of catch on the edge there, the little lip on the back of your strap. Once those are on, we're going to cover this up with the key panel. I'll just put a good coating of glue on the back of that. Pop that into place, just center it up on the panel. And then give that as good of a smooth as you can. I'm going to flip this over and smooth it from the back because we have our little spine there. And then since I have this flipped over, let's go ahead and put the shelf on. This is just going to center. This is the top of the shelf. The bottom is straight. We're just going to glue that in. So we have a place to put our cursed antiquities. All right, and our little straps have had time to dry. One of mine was stuck to my paper here. And I'm just going to flip this shut. I have my two little straps. They're going to go this way. There's a little highlight on this metal piece, and you want that to face upward, or else it might look a little strange. It'll work fine, but it might look a little strange. And let's go ahead and thread our strap right in here. On both of them. And if you find that it's too tight and it does not want to move freely, you can lift this up and with your scissors and just give it a little zhuzh, and that way it's going to move a little better. And we're just going to glue in the white and then place these over. We need to leave space in the middle so that this can slide and function as a closure for this. So just going to pop that in the middle. I'm going to put glue on the white, like so. And these also help make sure everything is nice and straight. We need straight lines for things to work. And then I'm just going to put those straps in place. All right, and we probably should have done that before we did this, but let's flip back to the inside because now we're going to have a little bit of a lump there to work around. And we're going to glue this panel on here. With all of these little straps are going to go to the left, the green to the right. I'm going to go ahead and around those edges and in the middle. And we're just going to center that up. Center that up between the edge and then this little spine line. We don't want to go into our spine. It won't want to close properly. I'm just going to grab my bone folder and very gently, since I've put those buckles on the other side already, it shouldn't really hurt anything. I'm just going to press that down, and then our containment protocols are going to pop right into this green space. I'll just get some glue on there and place that like so. And for now, this is it for our containment cabinet. We'll be adding to this. We're going to be adding numbers to the shelves. We're going to be adding histories over on the side as the story goes on. But for now, very gently, because your glue might not be dry yet, we can flip this, tuck our little straps in, and slide our buckles. I'm going to press down on that one and see if I can get it to slide a little better. There we go. And that is it for now for our cabinet. Now that we've met Agent Hale and are more familiar with what they do for the BEA, it's time for our first incident report. Agent Hale has been contacted by a friend about something quite disturbing. The doll he recently purchased for his daughter is not quite staying where it should. We're going to get the next part of Agent Hale's notes, build the incident report for the wandering doll, and put that doll in the cabinet along with her history. There are 5 pages in this project. 4 of them are on cardstock and 1 is on paper. The 1 page that is on paper contains the notes for our notebook. Everything else is on cardstock. Backer paper 5 needs to be printed on the reverse side of the folio cover. That's this one, and it's a little key print. And also on the back of the page with the historical record cover. So you'll have that key print on the back of that as well. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, just look for the ones marked The Wandering Doll. You'll also need to print out the 4 sheets of portraits. We will be using these throughout the rest of the box kit, so I recommend cutting them out and keeping them nearby for the remaining projects in this kit. For the Wandering Doll, you will need a husband, wife, and their child. I have gone with these 3. You can choose any 3 that you like. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point, and your optional glue stick. A bone folder and a scoreboard are helpful, but not 100% necessary, and I have used vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. So I'm going to move everything off to the side, and the first thing we are going to do is add Agent Hale's notes to the notebook. So I'm going to grab my notebook and some glue. You can use whichever glue you prefer. I'm going to use my Fabri-Tac. And we're going to flip to the next blank section. You should have a string in here, so make sure pages aren't sticking together and that you aren't on a different page by accident. You should have a little string running through here. And we've got these 2 pages, our incident report, and they are just going to glue top and bottom. The bottom one is the one with the images on it. The top has the date and what the report is about. So I'm just going to grab my glue and I'm going to glue these centered onto each page. Now you can feel free to read these at this time. That is totally up to you. Some people say they like to read the complete story after they've crafted everything. I think part of the excitement is discovering the story as you craft. So it just depends on what is most fun and enjoyable for you. So there is nothing wrong with going ahead and reading this after you put it in, and then reading the report after you build the report. So there is my quick scribble of glue. And I'm going to make sure that the bottom of my page hasn't gone off, or that I don't have glue seepage that's going to stick my pages together later. And then I'm going to give those a smooth in my bone folder. And that is it for our notebook edition. Now let's go ahead and assemble the incident report. You'll need the incident report cover and most of the rest of the ephemera. The only pieces you will not be using are the cover, the doll fussy cut, these kind of number labels, and then the doll history. We're going to put those off to the side for now. And we are going to focus on these report pages. And I'd like to start by assembling the structure of our report. And to do that, we're going to have to start with these little witness statement pieces. They are double-sided cards. They'll say place portrait here. Yours will look like this. I decided to add that after I printed out my own copies. I wrote it in on mine because I'm a completionist. So we have 3 of those. 2 of them have tabs on them. To assemble these, you're going to fold the tab first, fold it all the way over, and then fold this piece in so that it's touching the crease. And then you can fold this over and then make your crease here so that you don't have any buckling when this is folded flat. So fold the tab first, then bring over the card and fold it in half to the tab crease, fold this over, and then firm up your crease here. And there is a line provided if you need a little bit of help figuring out where to put that fold. So repeat that for the second one, and then all 3 of these are going to be glued back to back. And you can see I put a little distress ink on the ones with the tabs. That's because this little kind of sliver of white paper will show through whenever you flip this open. So having a little distress ink there will help disguise that. If you're not using distress ink or that doesn't bother you, you can skip that step. So I'm just going to put some glue on. And I'm going to glue these together. And these are going to be our witnesses, so to speak. The statements of the people involved in each incident is probably a more accurate description. So here is my 3rd card. And now we need to place a portrait on each of these. So we have Annabelle Bellwether, that is our daughter. So you're going to choose a child portrait and then attach that to the portrait slot on the card. There we go. And then we have Mr. and Mrs. Bellwether. You can choose any portraits you like. Try not to overthink it. We have Marcus and Evelyn. And just make sure you put the correct card on the correct one. There we go. And Marcus. All right, so we have our 3 civilians involved in this incident, and now we're ready to build the incident report. So I'm going to bring this over. We have our incident report. We're going to fold this so that it has a spine. There are 2 lines running down the center. You're just going to fold on each one so that you have this little spine piece. So we have our incident report. It has those creases down each side. And we are going to start adding the decorations to the inside. I'm going to start with this pocket. This pocket has 3 tabs, top, bottom, and left. I'm going to give these a good crease. And then we're going to glue it in. So I'm just going to fold these all over. I'm going to give them a sharp crease with my bone folder. And then I like to make sure that the side tabs are down first and then the bottom tab is up, and that kind of keeps the ephemera from catching on these corners of the bottom tab, or the side tab, so to speak. On this one, there we go. So make sure the report is the correct side up, and then we're going to put this pocket in on the right hand side. I'm not going all the way to the crease. I'm going most of the way to the crease. I'm just leaving a little space there, and I'm centering it top and bottom. Next, there is a pocket with a bedroom on it. This is going to pop in right on top of our first pocket. We are only gluing the right and bottom on this. So the two straight sides, the right angle. We're going to leave the other ones open to leave room for our tags to go in. And then I'm just going to layer that right on top of our first pocket. And to finish off this side, we have this label, an observation from Agent Hale. Before retiring, we placed the doll into an old wooden chest, the lid shut firmly, the latch secured with my own hand. And we're going to glue that right at the top here. Like so. And now let's move to the left-hand side. We are going to need the house. We are also going to need Mr. and Mrs. Bellwether. And Mr. Bellwether is going to go on the left-hand side. His little tab is going to wrap around, and he's going to be towards the top, not all the way to the top. We want to have a nice overlap on these. We want it to look interesting when we open it up. So it's going to be something like this. So I'm just going to hook it right where I want it, put some glue on my tab, and then press that down. Nice and flat. Oops. And then I'm going to do the same for Mrs. Bellwether. And I'm just going to do that, hook it over, put some glue on the tab, and give that a press. And now we can glue this entire thing in on the left-hand side. So I'm going to put glue all around. And then in the middle. And again, you can use your glue stick if you prefer. I'm just going to center this up on the panel. And I'm going to open these little flips up and give that a really good smooth. And then on the inside below our house, we have a little label describing the Bellwether home. That is going to go in at the bottom. All of these reports have little notes from Agent Hale, what they saw while investigating each incident. All right, so we got a little flip, a little flop. You might need to crease these down. And then once this is all closed, that will help keep everything together. Things kind of settle down eventually. So now we have this little pocket. We have Annabelle's picture. She's going to go in here. And then let's just put this off to the side briefly and grab our last couple of pieces. These are both tags that are going to just fold in half. We have a drawing by Annabelle with my new friend, and that is just going to fold directly in half with a little glue. Give that a smooth, and the same thing for this larger tag. This is going to fold in half, has an image on one side, and then Agent Hale's final observation about this incident on the other. And I'm going to glue these together as well. There we go. And bringing this back, this larger tag is going to tuck right into our big pocket, and then the drawing is going to go into the smaller pocket with our portrait of the child. And we have completed our first incident report. Now that we've identified our doll as a suspicious object, probably haunted, we are going to put her away where she can't cause any more trouble. And that's where our cabinet comes in. So the first thing I'd like to do before we get into the cabinet is take our fussy cut and glue these pieces back to back so they're double-sided. I just like to do this because they feel a little more special. They feel thicker. I like that you can see something on both sides. This is optional. You can do just one if you don't want to mess with cutting both of them out. That's not a problem. If you're not sure how to do double-sided fussy cuts, I do have a fussy cutting tutorial I did a few weeks ago that goes over how to do double-sided fussy cuts without having to cut them out twice and to make them neater. So I will put a link to that in the description down below. But once you get them cut out, then you can glue them back to back. And then we're going to prepare our history report. So we have this historical record card. This is going to be creased right here along this line. I recommend folding it back and forth 2 or 3 times to break it in a little bit so that everything lays nice and flat later on. And we're just going to flip that over. And I'm going to grab this little number tag. It matches the one on the reverse side. And we're going to glue that on to the tab here. So just a little bit of glue. I'm going to attach that. And then we have the history and a description of what the curse is. And we're just going to glue that to the back as well. And I'm going to center that between this crease and the left-hand side. There we go. And now we are ready to open up our cabinet and add everything inside. So we're going to slide all the way over to the left. And this tab is going to glue down right over the first little slot here. So you're going to match those rivets up just like so and put it into place. We're attaching our first history. So I'm going to put a glue right along that tab and line that up just like that. And then moving to the shelves, you'll see again, we have little rivets on the shelves, and those are going to match up with the rivets on the number tag. And I'm only going to put glue. I'm going to put it directly on here. I'm only going to put glue right in a straight line here along from rivet to rivet. And then stick this in place. And you're going to need to wait for this to dry, but once it is dry, you can tuck your little doll fussy cut right under that tab. And that is the first addition to our cabinet. In the Wandering Doll Report, we have a statement from Marcus Bellwether that he purchased the doll from a shop called Ashcroft Antiquities. We're going to build an investigative report where we check out the shop, talk to the owner, and ask him about the cursed doll he sold to an unsuspecting family. There are 7 pages in this project, plus a special shop backer. That's going to be this red print here. 6 of the pages are on cardstock, 1 is on paper. The one on paper are the notes for Agent Hale's notebook. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, just look for the ones marked shop on them. For supplies, you're going to need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue and your optional glue stick, and then your optional bone folder, scoreboard, and distress ink. So we are going to start by inserting Agent Hale's notes into the notebook. And again, you can read these now if you want to. So we are going to flip to the next page. So it should be between 2 pages. When you turn the page again, there should be a little gap here. So just check and make sure you are on the right spread. And then we have this October 17th investigative report of Ashcroft Antiquities, and then the page with the little cabinet on it. And we're just going to glue these right into the notebook. same as the last ones. I'm just gonna put a quick scribble of glue on here. And again, feel free to read this now before we assemble the report, or save everything until the end. I would love to hear. You should comment down below and let me know. Do you read things as you assemble them, or are you someone who likes to wait till the end and read it after everything is put together? I would love to know how everybody is experiencing this, if everyone is experiencing it a little differently. All right, so my pages are in, and we have a little bonus edition. We have a business card for Ashcraft Antiquities, and we're just going to go to the front of the journal and pop that in here along with Agent Hale's card. And that's it for the notebook. Next, we are going to work on the report, and we're going to split this into two pieces because we're building a kind of involved pop-up today. We're building a whole room. So I'm going to move things off to the side here. And we are going to focus solely on building this pop-up first. So let's talk about this panel here. It is a little funky looking, but we're going to fold this so that whenever you open it up, the room opens up as well. So to get this folded, we're going to start with this panel here. Turn it this way. And then we're just going to fold this over. You're going to want to make the corners meet here and then make sure you're straight along this line. And that should give you a nice crease that runs from this little corner here straight up through the middle. Then we're going to turn this, and I want to flip this over so you can see the back, see the lines, because there's a baseboard here that might be a little bit confusing. So let me flip this over. There is a line that runs from this little meeting point right here in the middle out to the edge. And you're going to want to fold up right there along that line. So it's right above this little box that says glue. Now all of your glue words are going to be a little nicer than mine. I hand wrote mine in, but yours will be printed. So we've got this fold here. Now we're going to flip it to the back side. And we're going to fold this piece here. And the way to do that is to fold up and over and meet these corners here and the edge. We're going to fold it this way, and that's going to give us a crease right down the middle of this little floor piece. And then finally, we have our tab, and you're going to want to fold that over as well. And then I recommend going back. You'll see mine looks kind of loose and floppy because I have folded mine back and forth a couple of times each, with the final crease being in the direction that it needs to go, which is folding over here, folding up here, folding up here, because this is going to fold up inside, and then folding up here. So hopefully that made sense to you. And once you have all your creases done, we're going to assemble this into a little room. So to do that, we are going to fold our little floor up into the room. So it folds up, fold down, so you have half of a rug. Then we're going to fold over, and then our tab is going to fold up right here. And check and make sure everything looks square, that all of your corners are meeting, all of your edges are even. You want this to be as even as possible so that it functions as smoothly as possible. So once you have all of that, we're going to put some glue right on this brown tab and then fold that up and press it into place. Let that dry for a few, and then you're going to have something that functions like this. Next, let's go ahead and grab this cabinet piece here with all of the items on it, as well as one of these pieces. These are both the same, so don't worry about which one you grab. And we're going to give these all a crease. So let's start with this little boxy piece here. You need to fold above and below the wood, and again, above and below the wood. I would fold these back and forth a couple of times because this is part of the mechanism that makes things pop up. So if it's a little looser, it's going to function a little smoother. And then once you have those creased, we're going to glue this into a little box like this. So I'm just going to, you see this little rectangle tab here with the dots on it, flip it over, and my glue is going on this tab. And then I'm just going to glue it right over that large panel, and I'm just going to kind of give it a little press. It should nestle right in and make a little box like this. And that's going to be a support for the center of our cabinet. And let's go ahead and glue that into place. So we have this box here. We're just going to glue this box right on there. And it doesn't matter which side you glue down, either should be fine. So I'm just going to sit that into place. And you want it to be straight. You want it to be parallel to the floor so that it's not in an angle, and that way will cause it to fold up and down more smoothly than if it were crooked. So make this as straight as you can, and then you can use your scissors or something to kind of reach in and give that a little press. Next, let's fold the cabinet. This cabinet has one tab at the bottom. It might be a little visually confusing because there's a little lip at the bottom of the cabinet. We're just folding right below that. There's a line across here just for this brown tab, and we're going to fold that under. And then at the top, there are two folds, one here at the top of the cabinet, and then one for the tab and that wood piece. So we are going to make a shape that looks like this. We have a hook at the top and then just the tab at the bottom, and we're going to insert this cabinet right here, gluing to those two boxes, one on the floor, one on the wall, and then also to this box here in the middle. So I'm going to put glue on the wall in my glue space, glue on the floor in the glue space, and then also glue on this tab here. And then I'm going to take this bottom tab, the bottom of my cabinet, and just place that right over top. Give that a good press. And then I'm going to fold this up, and I am going to, you can see I'm making this hook shape, and this is just going to sit on that box there. Now, if you can see mine's, make sure your floor, pull your floor down a little bit, and that will help you make sure everything is square. I'm going to touch that center space where that box is going to support our cabinet. And then I'm going to grab something to put inside here and press down against the wall. And I'm just going to adjust this and make sure that all the white is covered. And then give this a quick test and make sure it's folding up okay. You will probably need to press it down. It's going to be a little stiff, but once you have made it go a couple of times, there we go, it should function fairly smoothly. Now let's work on the floor. We have a counter and then our Walter Ashcroft. For Walter, we have a bunch of Walters to pick from. So go through, find the Walter that appeals to you, figure out who your Walter is going to be. I've gone with this blonde gentleman here. And then I also am going to grab his portrait. We'll need that in a bit. We don't need it for the pop-up. And the rest of the Walters can go to the side. You don't need them. You can use them for another project. But we just need one Walter. I wanted you to be able to decide what Walter looks like. And you're going to need your scissors. And we need to cut Walter out a little bit. So I'm not going to worry about his legs. We can leave a lot of material here at the legs. And let me move this out of the way. Here we go. So I'm just cutting up and around. Just up and around. Leaving a little bit of that wall texture around the edges. So this doesn't have to be perfect because once it's in, he'll kind of blend. The wall will be behind him. He'll look like he's cut out a little more delicately. And then as I'm coming down the other side, I just go like that. So you have kind of this standee of Walter. And we're going to need a couple more things. We have another one of these folded the same way. Fold it on either side of the wood, like so. And then we're going to glue it the same way. So we've got that polka dot tab at the bottom. Call it polka dot. It's a wallpaper pattern of sorts. I'm going to glue on the back of that tab and make my box. Like that. And then we have this long strip that looks like this. Again, folding on either side of the wood. And then we've got our little square tab. That's where our glue goes. And this is a tall, skinny box. Glue that tab right over top. So you have something that looks like this. Now let's bring our room back over. And we are going to glue this tall, skinny one right on the wall, on that tall, skinny spot on the wall. Doesn't matter which side you glue down. I'm just going to pop that into place. Make sure I've covered up all of the white on the wall. And then this is what Walter is going to attach to. So I'm going to make sure that is straight. I'm going to put a little strip of glue here. And then we're going to place Walter on so that his feet just touch the floor and that is supporting his back. So that's going to look like that. And then you might need to adjust things. My little support in the back there has slipped a little. I'm going to make sure I've covered up all that white. And then you can see his feet are just barely touching the floor. Now let's grab our second box here. And I'm going to turn this one seam side up. It really doesn't matter. That's just me being a little extra titchy. And we need to glue both to the floor in front of Walter and to Walter. So I'm going to put glue on Walter's legs. I just enjoy saying Walter. When I was designing this, I was like, I need to make more Walters. We have to have a variety of Walters. Let me make sure Walter is straight. And I've got my box and I'm going to glue either wood side. It doesn't matter. We want this little skinny side to have the glue on it. And we are going to stand this. I'm going to stand it up so you can see. We're going to stick this to the floor in front of Walter and then gently press Walter into the counter. There we go. So we're going to make sure that the white on the floor is covered. You might need to use your scissors or something, get in there, kind of create some pressure. It's really hard for me to show you that, but gently put something in there just to be able to push everything into place. And now we have our counter and we're just going to attach that here in front of Walter. So glue on the front of the counter. Now you might want to let things dry a little bit between steps. It's going to make it just a little easier. Things aren't sliding around. And there we go. Make sure your counter isn't too far out to the side. We want to make sure it's well within the pop-up. And then I'm just going to very gently press this into place. Fold it up, give it a smush. And then open that back up and check and see if anything has moved or stuck or done anything strange. But mine looks pretty good. I think everything is where it should be. So now we just have our upper cabinet. We want a nice cluttered antiquities shop. So we have this strip here. And this strip has a fold here and here. You can see on the back. I've kind of marked them out on the back as well so you could see them better. We're making a really skinny rectangle. And then on this side, there should be a line here and here. So it's at the end where these kind of upper and lower pieces stop. And then we have our tab. So this is going to come over, and that creates this little rectangular box that is our shelf. So I am just going to put some glue on that one little boxy tab right here on the inside, and then create my little rectangle like so. And then let's make sure our shelf is right side up. And this is going to glue in. You can see it has to glue to the opposite wall. There's a little bit here, as well as the long strip here. And so I'm going to get a little liquid glue in here, and then along here. And I'm just going to make sure my shelf is right side up and place that in. And then again, I'm going to scissors, bone folder, something to kind of press everything into place. Once you are satisfied with the placement, we're going to do another fold. Give this a pinch here and here. And then test it and see. Mine has come unglued, so I might need to let this dry a little more. But that looks like it's going to function okay. So I'm going to leave that to dry. I'm going to put this whole pop-up off to the side. And let's work on some other elements of our report. So we have our portrait of Walter that we've picked out to match our little cutout of Walter. And he needs his little statement right here. So he's going to go on his statement. This is just like on the Wandering Doll. We need to fold this little tab over. Some ink in here will help disguise the white paper. And then you're going to fold this over into the crease, fold over here, and then firm up that crease so that there's no buckling or anything. And then we're going to grab some glue and glue these back to back so that we have a double-sided card. And then flip it to the front and place portrait here. And Walter's portrait is going to go right over that box. There we go. Now let's bring the report over. You're going to need to fold the report just like the previous one. We've got lines along both sides, so we're going to fold that to give it a little spine area. So make sure you do that. And we're going to flip it. And we have a few pieces that are going to go in on the left. We have this cabinet piece, that's the cabinet inside of our shop. We've got a book pocket, a label that says the shop is well kept, though crowded, and then a piece of ephemera. So let's start by attaching Walter to this background, just like we did in the Wandering Doll. And you can place him anywhere along this side. I think I'm going to put him slightly up, but you can decide where you want it. I'm just hooking this right over the edge. I'm going to flip it and then glue this tab down. Like so. And then we're going to glue this whole panel in on the left-hand side. So I'm going to get a nice coat of glue around the edges and then a scribble on the back. And let's give that a smooth, and then make Walter stay where he belongs. At the top, we've got our label. That is going to go right here across the top. Right there, centered up. And then down here we have a pocket. We're going to glue this on 3 sides, left, right, and bottom. Just like so. Now to go into that pocket, we have this tag. This is just going to fold in half, with a nice crease. Then I'm going to open that back up and glue it back to back. Slide that down, and once your pocket is dry, this little piece of ephemera is going to slide right inside of there, but I'm going to sit this here for now so I don't accidentally glue it together. Now let's bring our pop-up back. It's had a moment to dry. I'm going to check and make sure everything is functioning properly, and it looks like it is. We're going to take and glue the left-hand side of this. So the part that says Ashcroft Antiquities, that is going to glue in on the right-hand side of our report. So I'm just going to put my glue all around here. And center this on the right panel. And I'm just going to flip this and rub this on the back side just to get that glue down. And then we need to decorate the back side of the pop-up. So we have this outside of Ashcroft Antiquities. We're going to glue that down. And give that a little rub. And finally, we have a label that describes the outside of the shop. There we go. Once everything is dry, we can pop this little piece of ephemera into the pocket. And that's it for our investigative report on Ashcroft Antiquities. In the early hours of October 19th, Agent Hale receives word of another incident. It seems a woman by the name of Elsbeth Ravensworth was attacked in her own garden by a recent purchase. Let's gather the clues along with Agent Hale as we put a new entry in the notebook, build an incident report for the Moonlit Beast, and secure this obviously unsafe item in the cabinet where it belongs. There are 6 pages in this project. 5 of them are on cardstock and 1 is on paper. The ones on paper will be the notebook entries for Agent Hale's notebook. 2 of the cardstock pages need backer paper 5 on the reverse side. That will be the page with the report cover on it, as well as the page with the little history cover on it. So it's going to have that key background on the back of both of those. You're also going to need to print backer paper 2 on the reverse side of the garden pull-out panel. So that is this green pattern. And that way, whenever this flips and flaps, we'll have something on the other side. You will also need 1 portrait of a woman for Elsbeth Ravenswatch. I've gone with this one. Remember, if you're not sure which pages are for this project, they are all the pages marked with Moonlit Beast at the top. For supplies, you'll need the usual: scissors to cut everything out, your liquid glue with a fine point and optional glue stick, a bone folder to firm up your creases, or you can use the back of your scissors. A scoreboard is also helpful. And then I've done, again, all of my pieces in vintage photo distress ink around the edges. So the first thing we're going to do is add to Agent Hale's notebook. So I'm going to kind of shove everything off to the side here. And I'm going to get the notes, the incident report, October 19th, and then the notes with the cat and the moon on them, as well as this little piece of paper here with Elsbeth's contact information on it. I'm just going to grab my notebook and flip to the next blank section. So I'm going to go through here, and we should be at a crease here where there is a gap in between the 2 pages, and everything else should be full. So make sure that you're on the right page. And we're just going to glue these in like we have the others. So I'm going to put the dated panel at the top. Just give that a quick glue. Glue stick would work just fine here as well. I like being able to slide my pieces around. And then on the bottom, my second half of the agent's notes. I'm going to make sure that I'm not going below the bottom of the page and gluing some of my pages together. So there's our notes. You can read those now if you like. And then I'm going to go to the front where we have the business cards, and I want to add Elsbeth's contact information. But I wanted it to look like she had written it down quickly on a scrap of paper. So I'm going to tear around the edges of this. I'm going to give it a little bit of a more interesting look. I tried to leave you plenty of room to do that. And then since I'm using distress ink, I'm going to go ahead and add some of that around the edges as well. And then I'm just going to tuck that in with my business cards. And that's it for our notebook entries. Next, let's work on the incident report. So I have my report here. I've creased it along that spine area so that it will fold up like this. And I'm going to open it to the inside, making sure that I have my text the right way around and that it's not upside down by accident. And let's work on the right-hand side. So we need to build Elsbeth's statement card. This is going to be a flip like the other ones have been. So let's do the creases on that. We're going to fold the tab over. And then just like before, we're going to bring in the other half of this card to meet that crease, fold our tab over, and then give that a little sharp crease with our thumb or bone folder. And then I'm just going to glue these two pieces together. And again, I've put a little distress ink in this crease. If you forgot to do that this time, you can still do it after you've glued. Just wait for your glue to dry and then carefully apply some ink along that line. Now let's go ahead and put Elsbeth's portrait on. I have mine here, and I'm just going to cover up that white box with her portrait. Like so. And then let's attach it to this door panel. I'm just going to pick a spot along the left-hand side and hook her card over. There will be a little text that goes at the bottom, so you might like to place that on top of the door panel and then find a little bit of a center point that's visually pleasing for you. And then I'm going to flip this over and glue my tab down. And then let's bring over our report, double check again that you have it right side up. And let's glue this in centered on the left-hand side. Get a little glue around the edges. Try to make sure that my edges are glued down fairly well. And then I'm going to pop this in here, centered between this spine crease and the left-hand side. And then let's add our text to the bottom. Ms. Ravenwatch's door bore fresh scratches across the wood and the brass handle was bent. That's going to go right here at the bottom. Now we are going to build a pullout on the right-hand side. So there are a couple of larger pieces. We have this piece here, and I'm going to make some room here. We're going to fold the tab along this crease here, and then fold along the line that is right here. That's going to create a piece that is going to look like this on one side when it's folded up, and here is the other side. We're also going to get the rest of the image, this panel here, and we're going to attach this tab right underneath so that this whole thing is going to pull out. So the way I'm going to do this is take this and make sure it's right side up. There's an orange flower at the bottom, and I'm just going to flip it over sideways. And then just like we put the portrait card on, we're just going to apply some glue to this tab and then fold it over. So now we have a full pull out, and the way it's folded, you should be able to kind of flip to this side and then pull out for a full scene. And we're going to go ahead and decorate this whole thing before we insert it. So let's start with the green side. On the green side, we have a couple of pieces. We have this tabbed panel, and we're just going to glue this in right here. The tab is going to line up. This edge is going to line up. You're going to have a little bit of green at the top, the bottom, and then on the edge of this here. So it has a little frame of green around it. And I'm going to apply glue to the entire back. And put that into place, making sure I line up my tab and then the left-hand edge. And then I'm going to flip that and look and see if I have any white peeking over. I don't really see anything. And if I notice something later, I can add a little distress ink or trim it up. Next, we have this oval piece. That is going to go on our other green panel. This is showing the broken fountain in her garden. We're just going to center that up in this green panel. Now we can flip and work on the garden scene. So let's start on the left-hand side. We're going to start with the label that says the garden was in disarray. We're going to turn this into a tuck spot at the top of the left-hand panel. So we need to put a very thin line of glue along the top, left, and right of this piece. Just a nice thin line of glue. We're going to tuck a card up in there. And I'm just going to line it up with the very top of the panel. And then just to make sure everything closes properly, I'm going to fold it in like that. It should fit very well. There should be some room there. And clean up any glue. But just in case your cut is a little long, when you do that, it might push it out over this edge. You can just trim it up a little bit. Next, on this center panel, I'm going to tuck this under so you can see where I'm working here. We have this piece with the sketch of the pedestal on it. This is also a tuck spot, and we're going to glue the top and the right-hand side of this. Again, a thin line of glue. So I'm going to hold this little point here, flip it over. I need to keep track of what I am gluing so I don't glue the wrong sides. This is a little bit of a wonky shaped piece. And then I'm going to put that right up into the corner. Like so. And then I'm going to move over to the panel with the cat statue on it. And we have here, description, the statue sat motionless. That is going to glue in right here. There we go. And I'm going to open this whole thing out and put it to the side to dry. And let's look at this tag really quickly. This just folds in half. You're going to line up these tabs in the corners, give it a fold, and then glue it. So now we have everything prepared. Let's get back to our file, our report, and we need to insert this into the report. So I'm going to collapse this pull out all the way down, and we're going to glue the blank side down to the right-hand side of the report. So I'm going to get some glue all around that. and center it up on the right hand side. Open that up, burnish it down, and then we can place our ephemera inside. We have a receipt for the purchase of the statue. Make sure your tucks are dry before you do this. And we're just going to tuck that receipt in here. And then we have a sketch of the beast, and we're going to tuck that right up here underneath our second tuck. This is going to collapse in. We have some decorative elements on the other side. Let's flip Elsbeth back over, and that is it for the incident report. Now that our agent knows what a danger this item is, we need to contain it in our cabinet and do some research about it. So I have my cabinet here. I'm going to put it to the side a little bit, and let's put together our history and our fussy cut. So the fussy cut is another double-sided fussy cut, and you're just going to glue that back to back. There we go. So now we have our cat statue. And then our historical record, you're going to crease that right along this space here, right along that band. Fold it in both directions a couple of times, just to kind of break that in so that it'll move better when you're flipping through these histories. Then we're going to flip to the back, and we have our little paper number that's going to go on the tab. So a little glue right here. We'll just pop that on. And then we have our curse and history. That is going to center up between this crease here and the left-hand side. Get some glue on the back of that. And let's get everything into our cabinet where it belongs. So I'm going to start on the far left side and insert my history. So I'm going to fold our previous historical record out of the way, and I'm going to put some glue along this tab. And then we're going to insert this just by lining those rivets up again. And once it's dry, you should be able to flip these individually. So you'll have 2 records now in your collection. Then let's slide over and insert our shelf number right here. Again, we're going to line those rivets up and just glue one single line across the bottom. So I'm just going to put my glue from rivet to rivet right here on the panel, and then pop that in on top. And then once this is dry, we can place our obviously dangerous cat statue in the cabinet where it belongs. It's beginning to look like Walter Ashcroft and his shop are not all that they appear, and it's time for Agent Hale to pay the shopkeeper another visit. However, it seems that Walter has abandoned his shop, but he left some clues behind. We're going to build an evidence envelope to store the items that Agent Hale finds in the abandoned shop, as well as build a report detailing the background of Mr. Walter Ashcroft. There are 10 pages in this project. 6 of them are on cardstock and 4 are on paper. The paper pages contain the envelope, the journal pages, the pages that go into Agent Hale's notebook, and the paper for the report on Walter Ashcroft. We're building several smaller projects, so please take a moment to confirm what pages need what backer papers. Backer paper 5 needs to be printed on the back of both pieces of the evidence envelope. So that would be this one here and this one here. They get that key design on the back. You will also need to put backer paper 5 on the back of this folder cover. Backer paper 4 should be printed on the back of the page with the journal cover, as well as the back of the envelope page. You also have the option to print backer 1 on the reverse of the page with the ledger page on it. This is optional and is just to make it look finished on the reverse side instead of white. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, just look for the ones marked evidence. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point, and an optional glue stick. You will also need your bookbinding supplies, so something to punch holes, your needle, and some thread. I've got my wax string here. You're also going to want some kind of string to tie your envelope shut, though that is optional. I've got this brown and white baker's twine. I've also used vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. You may also like to use some brads or other fasteners. We're going to do a rope closure on the evidence folder. So let's start with Agent Hale's notebook, and we're going to flip to the next blank pages. So we've got our cat statue. I'm just going to flip the page. We've got, you can see the stitching here. We're not doing the section that has the actual strings in it. We should just have stitching. So just trying to give you little landmarks to keep you on track. And we are just going to glue these pages in like we have all of the others. You can do that with your liquid glue or your glue stick, whichever you prefer. And again, if you like, you can read these right now. So I've got both of them in. We want the page with the date at the top and then the one with the candle emblem on the bottom. And that's it for Agent Hale's notebook. Next, let's build our evidence envelope. There are two pieces to the envelope. The first is this kind of funky panel that we're going to create some accordion sides on, and the second is the front of the envelope. So to fold the back of the envelope, this is going to attach right here. We're going to fold along these lines. We're going to fold under to the key side on the first lines on either side. And then we've got this second set of lines that we're going to fold back. And you want to make sure that your edges on this little tab line up nice and neat with this outside edge here, or else things are going to be just a little wonky. Now you can fix that with distress ink or trim a little something off later, but if you get a neat fold now, things should fall into place pretty well. So same thing on this side, we're going to fold to the back, and then we're going to fold over that tab so that we have something that looks like this. It's going to be this little accordion side pieces. For the envelope, we have two folds. There is a tab at the bottom as well as a flap at the top. So just fold along those two lines. I'm going to flip this over. We're going to glue these tabs on either side, the outside of our little accordion, down to the front of the envelope. So it's just going to create this kind of gusseted, expanding folder. So I've got my glue, and I'm going to put glue on both tabs. And then I'm going to put my fingers into this little nook where the tabs are, just to flatten things out. And then I'm going to get a little glue on my fingers, but I'm going to grab those tabs as well. And as best you can, line those tabs up with the edge. And then also at the bottom, we want to make sure that we're just above this little flap crease here. I'm going to do that for both of them. So when you squish this down, it should fit fairly well. I'm going to look at the front. I'm going to give this a little slide in if it needs it. Make sure nothing is peeking over the edge here. Same on the other side. And then I'm going to flip back to the back and give that a press. Now this little flap is going to fold up and over. So I'm going to do that without any glue. I'm going to give that a press just to make sure everything is going to lie flat. Recheck, make sure nothing has taken a little slide out of position here. And then I'm going to glue this down to make the bottom of the envelope. I'll just press that up right here. And then our flap will come down, and that is the body of the envelope. Now let's work on the closure. So we have a few of these little circles that I've included. We have a couple of different sizes, and there are a couple different ways you can use these. If you don't have any brads, I have some brads here. If you don't have any brads, you might like to take some string and using the larger glue the string right underneath here, glue a second piece of string underneath here. Let me go ahead and grab my scissors. We'll cut 2 little pieces of string really quickly. So no brads. I'm going to glue that string there. I'm going to glue this string here. And you'll leave these strings long enough that you can tie them. That way you can just tie these together into a little bow to keep this shut. If you'd like to be a little fancier, then you can do kind of what I did. I've actually layered 2 of these up and poked a brad right through the 2 of them. And I'm going to do that again. So taking my envelope, you'll probably want to use a ruler for this. I'm just going to grab a pencil and do it very quickly for you. I am going to use one of my circles. You can use one of the extra circles. Figure out your placement where you want it, and then put a little dot. You can use a ruler to make sure that this is centered up. And then same thing on the bottom. I'm going to figure out where I want it and put a little dot. So now using my dots as guides, I'm going to punch that hole and put my little brad all the way through, open the wings up, and then grab a little glue. I'm going to put glue right on those wings. We don't want them to move around too much. And I'm going to put this cover right in place. For this one, you can just glue it down and then use this upper level as your wrapping area, or you can punch a hole and kind of awkwardly open those wings up down there. And then if you want to, you can place another cover over it just to keep it from catching on anything. But you can just glue this one down. Once you have both of these on, you're going to grab a piece of whatever cording you want to use, and you can use either this larger level or the smaller level. I'm going to go with the smaller one. Place your cord underneath, and then just give it a couple of wraps to keep your envelope closed. I'm going to lift up on this and just kind of make a little figure 8 back and forth until you have something that looks like this. Now I have given you some extras, so if you want to make these double thickness or use them as covers or do something creative, kind of double stack them and just glue them directly on top of your cord to tie together, you have quite a few options here, so don't be afraid to get creative with it and come up with your own version of this closure. So now that our envelope is done, we're going to need to make some things to fill it up. And the first thing we're going to do is create this little dossier on Walter Ashcroft. Now, I have portraits stamped with the BEA logo for all of the Walters, so go ahead and go through and find your Walter and pull his picture out. You're also going to need these 2 pages. This is the little case file on Walter, as well as the folder. The folder is just going to fold directly in half. Just grab this bone folder and smooth that down so that it looks like this. We're going to glue Walter's photo right to the front over the box. Let's grab a little bit of glue. And I'm going to center this up as best I can. And then on the inside, there is some room for creativity here. I'm just going to glue the very tops of these down. I like the idea of maybe a little flutter or movement whenever you open and close this, kind of like a packed full case file while we only have a couple of pages. You could also maybe use paper clips to insert these. I'm just going to put a strip of glue across the top. But feel free to use a little creativity on this one. If you have some fun little miniature binder clips or paper clips, those might be really fun to get out and use to attach these. So we've got the one with the key logo on the left, and then the one that starts with social standing at the top. So now we have a little report about Walter Ashcroft. Our next piece of evidence is our piece of damaged ledger paper. Now you can use it just like this. I'm going to tear mine a little bit. I'm going to go onto the left side like it was torn out of a notebook, and I'm just going to kind of go up and down, up and down. You get different tears depending on what direction you went in. So I want to make this look like it was torn out of a book. And since I'm using distress ink, I'm going to hit those edges with a little of that. And then on this side, you can leave it square. I'm again going to kind of soften this and give this a little extra character on this side. And you can tear in further if you want to. It is totally up to you. Just kind of play with it, rough it up, make it look however you like. And that is our ledger from Walter's notebook. I'm going to put this over here. Now we're going to build the journal that Walter left behind. We've got a few pages here, as well as the cover. So let's start with the cover. The cover just gets folded in half, and then we're going to open that back up, and let's go ahead and glue the panels to the inside cover. We've got two, both with little sketches and notes on them. I'm going to put the one with the mask and the key on the left-hand side of the cover. Like so. I'm just going to center that up. And then on the right, I'm going to do the one with the lantern. Just pop that in there. Let's put this to the side to dry, and let's work on the pages. We have two different pages. We have this kind of double page, and then there's this single page with a tab. For the single page, we're going to fold the tab first. Once the tab is folded, we're going to fold it all the way over, and we're going to do that fold where we fold into the crease where the tab is, press our tab down, and then make sure everything is lying flat. And then we're going to glue the pages back to back. Don't glue the tab yet. I'll just smooth that glue out. Let's set this one to the side, and let's do a couple of folds on this. The first fold is going to be in half the tall way. So we're going to have the writing on both sides. Now find the one that says, "My search continues," and "A word reached me swiftly." We're going to fold in. So these are going to be on the outside, and then the inside is going to be "To the unsuspecting," and "The items moved quicker than I imagined." We're going to fold this way. At this point, you want to make sure all your folds are square, that your points are lining up fairly well. The neater these folds are, the better this is going to go together. Now we're going to open this back up, and let's keep this with the inside up, "To the unsuspecting," and "The items moved quicker." We're going to get our little tabbed panel, and we're going to put it white side of the tab up. This tab is going to insert in between our layers of pages and then fold over, so it's going to be hooked. And you can see right in here, it's going to go right in between the page layers. Now you might open this up. I'm just doing it that way so we can make sure the text is in the right order. Once you have it in place, open this up, make sure it is centered as well as you can, and then we're going to glue this down. And we want it to be as snug as possible against this page, the edge of the page. And then I'm just going to check again. So that way it says, "The thought of joining the Umbral Society." Turn it. "Finally, I have been contacted. To the unsuspecting. The items moved quicker." So we're going through Walter's little journal. Now we're going to glue these backs together. So I'm just going to open this whole thing up. I'm going to glue around all of the edges on one half. And again, glue stick would work great here. And then I'm going to smooth this all out. And that is the pages to insert into our journal cover. I'm going to grab my journal cover, I'm going to grab my pages, I'm going to put them together, the pages inside the journal, and center it up as best I can. And this is where your little bookbinding kit is going to come in handy. You're going to want to grab your string, your pokey tool, and your needle. And we're going to poke a single hole through in the middle of this. So just eyeball it, center your pages up as well as you can. Take your pokey tool. You can measure and find the center, or be like me, embrace the chaos and just poke a hole through everything, right through the middle. Now you can clip these together if you want, if it makes it easier to handle. You can use some big paper clips, some binder clips. I am going without, and I'm just going to grab some of my wax thread. You can use twine or any other material you like. I'm going to measure out 3 lengths, 1, 2, 3, thread my needle. And now you get to decide if you want the strings to be on the inside or the outside of this journal. You can go here and have the strings hanging on the inside, or you can start on the outside and have the strings be on the outside as an extra element. I'm going to go with the outside. I'm going to put my needle through everything. And this is going to be very similar to our journal. So I've got my string up through the middle. I'm going to go to one end, but this time I'm going to wrap all the way to the outside. These little curved corners are going to help keep this in place. So this is a little faster, a little easier, less holes. Then I'm going to go all the way down the outside, through those curved corners on the other side, and then back through the middle hole. Make sure you don't put your needle through the previous string. Pull it tight. Come right up through here, and then it might be a little hard to see here, but this is just like putting together Agent Hale's journal. We have 2 strings. One string goes down the middle. These are on either side underneath. And then we're going to tie a knot. Right over left, left over right. I always say that, but I think I'm going the other way. It's the same knot. I just start on the other side. And then I'm going to cut those strings and fold my journal in half. Burnish that down, and now we have Walter's journal to flip through. So we can do that and add this to our pile of evidence. Our last bit of evidence is this invitation from the secret society known as the Umbral Society. And we have an envelope to keep it in. We've got this nice dark print. We've got this on the back. And we're just going to fold these little triangle flaps in along the lines. So 4 folds. On the other side, that's going to look like this. We're going to do these 2 sides first, bottom, and then the top. For glue, we're going to glue just here on one of the points. And it doesn't matter which one is on top, but we're going to glue one right on top of the other, like this. Then we're going to fold this up, and the glue is going to go right around the edge here. Don't go too far down into the corner. You might glue the bottom part of your envelope shut. I'm just going to glue there. Once your glue is dry, you can get your little letter and pop that right into the envelope. Close that, and now we have our final piece of evidence to add to the pile. You can stack these up any way you like. Grab your evidence envelope, and I have to undo my strings here really quickly. And this will all slide right down inside. And then you can close it with the closure of your choice, however you decided to do that. So that is it for our evidence envelope. With ledger page in hand, Agent Hale begins the work of tracking down the rest of the cursed antiquities. The second entry on the ledger is a gilded mask purchased by one Sebastian Dorrell. After a few inquiries, Agent Hale is able to determine that Mr. Dorrell is a director at the Eben Theater. In this project, we'll visit the theater and locate the mask that the unsuspecting director has purchased for his lead actress. There are 7 pages in this project. 6 of them are on cardstock and 1 on paper. The paper page has Agent Hale's notebook pages on it, as well as the advertisement for the theater's newest production, A Season of Masks. Backer paper 5 should be printed on the back of the report cover. That is our key pattern. as well as the back of the page with the historical record cover. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, just look for the ones marked Mask of Silence. You will also need to choose 3 portraits, 2 men and 1 woman. The men are the director and a stagehand, and the woman will be the lead actress. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point, and your optional glue stick. Your optional items are bone folder, scoreboard, and I have done the vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. So let's go ahead and place the entries in Agent Hale's notebook, and we're going to flip until we are to the next blank section. This one, you should have the strings right across the middle, so make sure you're on the correct page. And we're going to insert these 2 pages, the one with October 21st, and then the other one is the page with the diagram of the mask on it. And those are going to insert like so, with the mask page at the bottom and the dated page at the top. And I'm just going to do this really quickly with my Beacon Fabri-Tac. You can use whatever glue you like. And then I recommend going ahead and reading this right now if that's what you've been doing. Otherwise, stick with the method that works for you. And then once you get both of your pages in, we have a little kind of business card promotional piece from the Eben Theater, and we're going to pop that into the pocket at the back of the notebook. And that's it for Agent Hale's notes. Now let's start assembling our incident reports. We have the incident report as well as these cards for the witness statements and a few of the other big pieces. There's a couple of pockets here. We have these panels with the curtains on them. There is the Season of Masks flyer and then these 2 panels as well. So let's go ahead and start with the witness statements. We have one for Sebastian Dorrell. This one is just going to fold in half. And I'm going to use my glue to glue the backs together. And I'm going to go ahead and attach the portrait that I have chosen for Sebastian. Place that right over the white box. Next, let's do the one marked Merritt Cole. This is our stagehand. This is one where we're going to fold that tab over first and then bring this other half over to meet that tab. So tab over, bring this over to the crease, fold flat, smooth, 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 and make that crease where nothing buckles. And then I'm just going to glue the backs of the portrait and statement together, leaving the tab free. And then on the front, I will get the portrait I have chosen for our stagehand and put that in place. There we go. And finally, we have Clara. We've got a different orientation this time on our tab. The tab is at the top, but the method is the same. I'm going to fold that tab over, meet those corners, press that tab down, and then make your crease. And then we're going to glue this back to back as well. And then we'll just flip it over. Make sure you have it right side up. This tab is at the top. And we're going to place Clara's portrait right on there. Right like that. Next, let's assemble these 2 panels. They're going to assemble the same way. They are just larger. So each of these has a tab, and you're going to make that crease. Just move it to the seam, press down, and make the crease. But this one here with the tan opening is where we're going to attach Clara's card. Her card is actually going to hook over the top of this so that whenever you glue this together, the tab is sandwiched in between the 2 layers. So I'm just going to center her up on this panel till I'm fairly happy with the placement. I'm going to flip it over. I'm going to make sure this is as tight as it can be, and then I'm going to place some glue right on the tab. And then I'm going to fold this over and glue these two halves together. And that will hide our tab. Get a good amount of glue in there. This is a pretty big piece. So now we have a flip with a flip on it. This one is just plain, so we're just going to fold it, fold the tab, fold in, fold the tab over, and then make our crease, and then go ahead and just glue those panels back to back. Again, don't glue the tab on these, not yet. Just glue the panels together so we have print on the front and back. So now we have two of these. This one is going to go to the right. This one is going to go to the left. We also have a couple of back panels. The one with all the masks is going to go to the right. The one with the black print is going to go to the left. Starting from the left-hand side, we're going to put this flip onto this back panel. So it's just going to hook over the side. They should be the same height. So you're going to hook that over, make that flat, get it as tight as possible, and then just put some glue along that tab. Like so. And we're going to flip back, open this up, and we're going to grab our stage hand. His little tab is going to pop onto the right hand side of this dark background. So you can place him anywhere along here. It can be up high, it can be in the middle, it can be down low. I'm going to go up high just a little bit. I've got it hooked over. I'm going to flip it, make sure it's nice and tight. Get some glue on that tab and press that into place. Now I'm going to get my report cover, make sure it's right side up. Open that up. And we're going to insert this on the left-hand side. It's just going to center up between the outside edge and the spine. So I'm going to put glue on the back of the whole thing. And then pop this into place. I'm going to center it top, bottom, left and right. And then I'm going to open that up. Make sure it's straight and then give it a smooth. And then let's move this off to the side again, and let's work on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, it's a little more simple. We just have this one tab that's going to hook on to the right-hand side of this mask background. So we're just going to hook it, make sure everything is even. These are the same height again. And then glue that tab down. And then this one is going to insert right here on the right hand side. We're just going to center it between the little spine and the outside edge. So get some glue on the edges. Right like that. Now we have some things to add. I'm going to open both of these up, and each of these curtain panels has a matching pocket. And the pockets are going to match up with the sweep of the curtain. So this one with the little shush is going to go on the right, and the other one with the mask eyes is going to go on the left. And these, we're only gluing two sides. So the two straight sides on this one with the shush on it, it's going to go on the right and the bottom. Just a thin line of glue on the pocket. And then I'm going to pop this into place and try to make sure that the curtains are lined up. Everything should line up, but if things are hanging over, you can trim it off or put some distress ink on it. Kind of play with that until you get it how you like it. And then on the other side, same thing. Glue on the left-hand side in the bottom this time instead of the right. And then all the way to the left and lined up with the bottom. And then I'm going to adjust it a little bit so my curtain pattern kind of lines up a little bit. Now we have our observations from Agent Hale. We're going to start with this front cover. We have the theater dominates its spot on the promenade. We're going to glue that right here at the top of the panel with the theater front on it. And this should pop right in place here. And then I'm going to flip this. Let's flip Clara up. We've got a couple things that go here. There is this picture here of the actors on the stage. We're going to just glue this right into place here. It's going to center between these dotted lines and then center it left to right. There we go. And then we have a label that says the cast was in rehearsal. That is going to go just below it. And then I'm going to flip Clara back down and let's open both of these up really quick. Over here, we've got backstage conditions are functional but worn, and that's just going to go right at the top of this curtain panel. And then let's move Mr. Cole out of the way, and we're going to glue down the flyer for A Season of Masks, the newest production. And that is going to center up on that background. Now we're going to put this off to the side to dry. And we have a couple more pieces of ephemera. We have a couple of these tags. These just fold in half. Line up the tabs as best you can. You can always trim or use some distress ink once they're folded and glued, just to clean them up a bit. And these are going to glue together back to back. It's just a peek into the costume storage area. Same thing on this one. Just glue back to back. And then we have our comedy and tragedy masks that are also going to glue back to back just to make a double-sided fussy cut. I love a double-sided fussy cut. And I thought this was a great opportunity to use one. And we can bring back our theater. Make sure everything is dry before you try to put things into the pockets. But we're going to go with one of the costume tags. It doesn't matter which one. And Sebastian here. And both of those are going to pop into this pocket on the left. And then on the right, we have our other costumes and our tragedy and comedy masks. And they can just kind of peek over the edge and you can decide how you want that to look. So that is it for the Eben Theater. And we can now move on to securing our mask of silence in the cabinet. All right, so I have my cabinet and I have my mask fussy cuts. Let's just go ahead, since I have those in my hand, and glue these back to back. There we go, quick and easy. And then we need to build our historical record. So we have the historical record. You're going to fold that along this line here, right down through here, fold it back and forth a couple of times just to break that hinge in a bit. And then we're going to flip it over and place our catalog number right on the tab. And then we have our curse and history information. We're just going to glue that right on the back here over this key texture. And center that up between this straight edge and this line here, your crease. Now we can go ahead and open our cabinet. And let's go over to the left-hand side. And we can flip our previous two records out of the way. And we're going to glue in our newest one. So I'm going to put the glue right here where our record is going to go in. And then the rivets are just going to line up. So my glue went rivet to rivet. And then once that's dry, this will flip open. So we'll just nestle that right up against the previous one. And then flip those down. And over here, we have our item, our catalog label, our number for the shelf. Again, we're matching up those rivets. I'm going to put my glue right along here. And tap that into place. And then once it's dry, you can place your mask in the cabinet where it belongs. Agent Hale has barely finished placing the Mask of Silence in the cabinet when word came in about an unusual death at the local library. It seems the head librarian is Mary Winters, the unfortunate purchaser of the old book noted on Ashcroft's ledger. Let's follow along with Agent Hale as they document and collect the cause of this deadly incident. There are 10 pages in this project. 8 of them are on cardstock and 2 are on paper. The paper pages are Agent Hale's notebook pages and the page that has these book pages on them. It's going to look like this. Backer paper 5 should be printed on the back of the report cover as well as the back of the page with the historical record cover. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, they are the ones marked Scholar's Trap. You'll also need to choose 2 portraits, one man as the librarian's assistant and a woman to represent our sadly departed librarian. For supplies, you'll need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point and your optional glue stick, your bone folder and scoreboard if you have them, and as usual, I have used vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. So let's start with Agent Hale's notebook. We're just going to flip to the next blank pages. So we have the Mask of Silence. We're going to flip to the next blank page. And that has us here where you can see the stitching, but you don't see a gap or threads. So make sure you're on the right page. And then we're going to go ahead and glue these pages in. We're going to do the one with the date at the top and the one with the images at the bottom. You're also going to need this little business card. So I'm going to go ahead and glue my pages in really quickly. All right, so I have both of those in, and then I'm going to flip to the back of the notebook and I'm going to add in this little card for the Holloway Library. You can go ahead and read this journal entry now, and then we'll move on to assembling the file. So I've gotten all of my pieces out here, and I'm going to start by assembling the cards for Henry Collingwood and Mary Winters. So for Mary Winters, this is just going to fold in half, and we're going to glue this back to back. Give that a quick smooth. Then I'll go ahead and add Mary's portrait on the front. Now let's assemble Henry's card. This one has a tab on it, so you're going to fold that over like we have been doing, and then fold over to meet that crease, press down, and give it a final crease. Make sure you put your distress ink along here if you want to, and then glue these 2 panels back to back. And I'm going to flip this over and glue Henry's portrait to the portrait slot. I'm going to put these two off to the side. And we actually have a book to build. Figured we are in a library, we definitely should have kind of a book. And this is actually kind of a bonus information book. It doesn't directly pertain to the actual incident, but it does give you a little background information on magic and the world it's set in. So we have one of these pages like this, and we're going to fold that in half the tall way. And then we're going to fold that in half again and make a little book. So it'll be glue on the back, luxuries of the elite, and then the common touch and hidden foundations is our little book. And I'm just going to open that right back up, and I'm going to glue this together so that it is glued back to back the long way. You'll want to make sure your corners are lined up really well on this. The better all of your corners are lined up, the better this will move. Let that down. Next, we have a book cover, and it does have our key pattern in it. I did some extra heavy ink around the edges of this. You're not going to see very much of it. I just didn't see the point in doing a whole other background when we're going to cover most of this up. So grab your book cover, fold that in half, open it back up, and then we're going to glue these book pages in on the right hand side. I'm just going to get around those edges and pop that in neatly right here. Burnish this down and then just do a little fit check and make sure everything is inside and moving nicely. And then on the inside cover, we have this book plate to put in. I'm just going to glue all around this and use this to cover up the other side. And you can see I've pretty much covered up that key pattern. It's really hard to see now. So now we have a little book, and I'm just going to set that to the side as well, and we are ready to build the main structure of the incident report. So the first thing you'll want to do is get your cover and do those two creases down the middle so that you have your little spine. And then we're going to open that back up and have that sitting nearby, ready to go. Next, we have a couple of flip panels. So we have this one with the front of the library on it, as well as this one with the book and the glasses. So this one with the library is our same fold. Fold the tab, fold the panel, smooth that out, and glue it together. And then I'm going to go ahead and put this one to my left. I've got a bunch of extra pieces here. I'm just going to kind of set these just to the side for a moment, and let's come back to this one. This one is a little funky. We do have the tab to fold, but then we're folding sideways. This was too tall to make it a long piece on the page, so we need to fold this one over to the side and then fold our tab over there, and it should fit well. And then I'm going to go ahead and glue these big panels back to back. And this one is going to go to the right. I'm also going to place this background to the right, and this background goes to the left, as well as this pocket. And then there's two sets of book pockets. There's one that is thinner than the other one. The skinnier one, the shorter one, is going to go to the left, and the taller one goes to the right. And then let's just go ahead and grab these pieces for the right hand side and go ahead and assemble these. So the first thing we need to do is hook over the top of this panel. So this is our back panel. We're going to place that tab, hooks right over the top of it. And you want to make sure that they are lined up on the sides. And then I'm just going to glue this tab down on the back. I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to glue this panel in on the right hand side of my report. So I'm just going to glue the entire back of this. And center this up. There we go. So now we have a flip up right here. I'm going to flip this down and our pocket is going to glue in here. So we're going to glue 3 sides, top, right, and bottom with a thin line of glue. And then I'm going to place it right here. Now let's move to the left hand side. And this is going to be our background. I'm going to turn it, it's a little darker at the bottom than at the top. And then we have this panel with the tab. This tab is going to hook over the left hand side of the panel like this. And then I'm just going to make sure everything's lined up really well. And then glue this tab down. Then let's grab Henry's card. Henry is going to hook right over here. We're going to have a label at the top here and another image under here. So put Henry a little lower on the page. He's going to go towards the bottom. So he just hooks over. Make sure that is nice and tight. Get some glue in. And press that tab down. So now we have a flip and a flop, right like that. Now we can glue this in on the left hand side. Get some glue all the way around those edges. And pop that in. Make sure you're centered up between your spine area and the outside edge. There we go. I'm going to flip this open and we have a couple of pockets to place here. We have this one, which has 3 tabs to fold in. And I'm just going to crease those a little better. And I like to put the sides down first and then the longer side, the seam. So opposite sides and then the leftover side. And this is going to glue in here towards the left. Just going to get glue on all of these tabs. And it should line up top and bottom. Then let's grab the books, and this is going to be another tuck pocket all the way on the left. So just glue 3 sides. We want top, bottom, and then the left-hand side when the print is up. So that'll be the right-hand side when you flip it. Well, depending on how you flip it over, it could be either side, but we'll just pop that in here. And then let's go ahead and add our labels. So we're going to need all 3 labels as well as this picture of inside the library. Let's put this in first. So this is just going to center up on this page. Right here. And then at the top of this, We've got inside, the air is still heavy with dust and quiet. That is going to glue right at the top. It's just our observation about the inside of the library. Then I'm going to flip back to the front here, back to the front. The Holloway Library stood solid and stately. That's going to go here at the bottom. And then let's just get all of that out of the way, and I'm going to flip this up, and we have a space here at the top. The office smelled stale. And that will just go in right here at the top. Now, since we have this flipped up, I'm going to go ahead and grab my book, and my book is going to glue in here. It's just an extra little surprise on this one. Could not resist making a little book. I'm just going to glue that in, centered right here on this panel. We are going to leave this all to dry and assemble some of our ephemera. So here we have the glasses fussy cuts. Just going to glue these back to back. There we go. The airline ticket, we don't need to do anything with. The back of this is blank. So if you don't like that, you can do distress ink or something like that on it, but we're gonna leave that to the side. We have this little add postcard combo. That's just gonna fold in half and then glue. So we'll just glue those pieces back to back. And then we have one more card. This one folds in half. You just line those tabs up and make a double-sided card. And now we can put everything inside. So let's come back over. We'll start to the left. We're going to put the card with the tab. Make sure your pockets are dry before you put anything in. But we're going to slide that tabbed card right in here. And our glasses are going to pop in here. They're just going to barely tuck in. Right like that. There we go. And on this side, we have Mary's travel information. She had intended to go on a vacation. There we go. And if you're having trouble getting that in, go ahead and grab your scissors or something and you can loosen this pocket up just a little bit. And you'll have a little easier time of it. Pop that airline ticket in, and then we have Mary's card right in there. And then that flips up. We have our little book, the observation of the office, and everything is now finished for the Scholar's Trap incident report. Now the last thing we have to do is secure this book away where it can't do this again. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our cabinet. And I've got everything spread out here. And we're just going to quickly assemble our historical record. On the back, we're going to glue the information about the curse and the history. Centered up. Make sure you have this right side up. I had a moment where I was like, is it right side up? And then the catalog number goes right there on the tab. And since I'm gluing things together, I'm going to go ahead and glue my book pieces back to back. we go. Got a little turned around. And now we can insert everything into our cabinet. I'll just pull this down, flip, and put my glue right along here. So that we have added the Scholar's Trap to our records. And then I'm going to slide down and we're going to be on this little extra door panel. I'm just going to glue the shelf number in, gluing across that little label holder, and then matching it up. And then once this is dry, you can tuck your book right into the cabinet and seal it away. After what happened with the Scholar's Trap, Agent Hale is determined to track down the rest of the cursed antiquities before tragedy can strike a second time. Our agent is able to track down Mr. Franklin Wright, the owner of a dress shop called the Silver Needle, and the fourth entry in Ashcroft's ledger. Fortunately for Mr. Wright, Agent Hale arrives just in time. Let's assemble this project and see what happens. There are 7 pages in this project. 8 of them are on cardstock and 1 is on paper. The paper pages are Agent Hale's journal entries. Backer paper 5 should be printed on the reverse side of the history cover, as well as the back side of the incident report cover. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, just look for the ones marked Dirge Box at the top. You will also need to choose one portrait of a man to represent Mr. Wright, our shopkeeper. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, liquid glue with a fine point, and your optional glue stick, your bone folder and scoreboard if you have them, and again, I've used vintage photo distress ink on the edges of everything. So let's go ahead and insert our journal pages into the notebook. You should be at what would be the 3rd signature in a traditional journal. So you'll have this gap here, and we have 2 pages, one with the date October 22nd on it, and then the other one shows the music box along with these scissors. And I'm going to go ahead and insert them in my journal. This one with the music notes and the date go on top, and then the music box and scissors goes on the bottom. All right, so I've got those smoothed down, and all I have left to do in my notebook is add this business card for the Silver Needle. I'm going to put that in, I guess, back here. Those stack up nicely that way. And then if you want to, you can go ahead and read that journal entry now. Next, let's start assembling our incident report. So we're going to start with Franklin Wright and his statement. You should be an expert at this by now, folding this tab over, meeting that crease, folding over, and then firming this up so that nothing buckles, and then giving that some glue. And then I'm going to go ahead and flip this over and place the portrait I've chosen for Franklin. Just going to glue that right over the box on the front. Next, let's take a look at this piece. This is going to fold the same. We're going to fold that tab first, turn it over, meet that crease, fold over nice and tight, and give that a burnish, and then we're going to glue this down. Just gluing these 2 panels. Next, let's go ahead and do the same with this larger panel. So again, folding over, meeting that crease, and then gluing the big panels together. There we go. So you can go ahead and crease your report cover now. Get both of those in place so you have that little spine. And then let's start assembling these inside panels. So we have 2. This one is going to go on the left, this one on the right. Let's start on the right-hand side. This big flip is going to attach to the left-hand side of this background. So we're just going to hook that over, make sure things are lined up. Give that some glue. And then let's flip back, and I'm going to open this up. And I'm going to grab this piece. We are creating almost the illusion that when this is flipped up, the jewelry box is closed. So we want to hook this over. It's just going to line up at the top. It's going to generally line up here. Don't stress about it. It's not going to be perfect. It just depends on how you folded your paper. But we're going to hook this over so that the top aligns. And I'm just going to close this, tap it on the table at the top, and then glue this tab down. There we go. So now we have kind of a double flip going on here. And I'm just gonna make sure I don't have a bunch of glue stuck in these seams, gluing things shut. And now for the other side, we just have Mr. Wright. I almost said Mr. Franklin. We just have Mr. Franklin, and I'm gonna put him in the center, or close to the center. There's a label that goes up here. There's a pocket down here. So kind of center-ish right there. Hooked to that left-hand side, and then we'll glue that down. And bringing our report cover over, we're going to check and make sure we're right side up. And I'm going to go ahead and glue this in on the left. Center that on the panel. And then we'll glue this one in on the right. I'm just going to flip to the back. There we go. And I'm just going to open those up and give that a quick rub and make sure things are relatively straight. Now we've got a couple of embellishments and a couple of observations, these two observations. So let's start on the left-hand side, and we have in the shop window sat the music box. That is going to go here at the top. Right there. And then we are going to flip both of these open. And on this side, we'll put the other observation right here at the top as well. I approach the window display and snap the lid of the music box shut. And that is going to go right at the top. It should fit well, but go ahead and close your little flips to make sure everything is laying okay. And I'm going to open these back up, and we have a little dress shop image to put here on this flip. So I'm just going to glue that down here. And then going back to the left, we have a pocket, and this is just going to line up here at the bottom. It should line up fairly well with the print of the background. And I'm just going to do a thin line of glue on the left, right, and bottom of this pocket. And put that in place. Now I'm going to put this to the side to dry, and we'll work on the ephemera. We just have a couple of pieces for this one. This little card folds in half, and these tabs will line up. Just going to glue both halves together. And then we have these three pieces. We're going to glue the dancer in the center, but I'm actually going to turn this so that the blue is at the top It's going to tuck down into our pocket, and there's a little bit of that orangey print right there, and I want to contrast with the blue. So you can place yours however you like, but I'm going to go for that contrasting color just to make it a little more visually exciting. I'll put that centered on this side, and then I'm going to flip this over, and the scissors image should cover the entire back side. If you've cut this by hand, you can put some distress ink if you're using it around here before you glue yours on, and that will hide any little imperfections. Got that. And we can bring our report back, and both of these are going to pop right into this pocket. Make sure your pocket is dry before putting them inside. I'm going to go ahead and flip that, and that is everything for the incident report on the Dirge box. Now it's time to put the box away in the cabinet where it belongs. I've got my jewelry box fussy cuts here. I'm just going to glue those back to back. And then let's go ahead and do the report. We've got this fold here. I'm going to flip that over and glue our curse and history onto the back side. And don't forget to add your little label to the tab. Everything must be correctly labeled. And I'm going to open up the cabinet. And let's go ahead and put our glue in so that we can add our latest history. Just lining up those rivets. Checking, it looks like everything is lined up well. We're going to come over, we're going to start on the second row here. So I've got my label, and I'm going to put my glue directly here on the shelf, on that label holder. Line up my rivets. And then once this is dry, you can place the Dirge box into the cabinet where it belongs. Two days after rescuing Mr. Wright from the maddening music box, Agent Hale receives a call from a literary agent, Alistair Green. He's concerned about Sarah Collins, an author he represents, who has missed an important meeting and appears to have vanished from her home. Could this be Ms. Collins, the third entry in the ledger and the purchaser of the unusual key? Let's follow along as Agent Hale investigates. There are 10 pages in this project. 7 of them are on cardstock, 3 are on paper. The paper pages have Agent Hale's notebook pages on them, as well as the covers for the author's books. There are a couple of pages that look like this. Backer paper 5, our key pattern, should be printed on the back of the pages with the incident report cover and our historical record cover. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, then just look for the ones marked Bone Key. You will also need to choose 2 portraits, a man to represent the agent, Mr. Green, and a woman for Sarah Collins. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, your liquid glue with a fine point and optional glue stick, an X-Acto knife to cut out the door on this project. However, if you don't have an X-Acto knife or you're not comfortable using it, you can make do with just your scissors. You also have the option of using a bone folder and a scoreboard, as well as that vintage photo distress ink, which I've used on everything. Let's go ahead and start with Agent Hale's notebook. We're just going to flip to the next blank page and then insert our 2 newest journal entries. We're getting towards the back here, so we've got the back cover, 1, 2, there's our strings, and then I'm flipping up, and that is where we should be. And there is the space there between the signatures. And we've got this page that says October 24th. That's going to glue up here to the top, and the one with the key on it will go at the bottom. I have those inserted, and as usual, you can go ahead and read that now if you like. Next, we have a couple of different items to prepare ahead of time on this. So let's go ahead and start with the book covers. There are 2 pages for these book covers, and we're going to make kind of a little pull out with them. It's going to flip and then flop. So what you're going to need to do is take the longer one. We're going to flip that over, and we're going to glue the shorter one over here to the left. So you're going to end up with a blank panel here, and these two are going to go to the left. And then we're going to let this dry really well. You can use your glue stick for this. I'm still going to stick with my Fabri-Tac. I feel like it dries a little faster for me. And I'm just going to glue that down really well to the back of the other one. If you've cut these by hand, you can use some distress ink around the back if you're using distress ink, just to kind of hide those edges. And then obviously once they're glued, you can come back again with more distress ink to neaten things up if needed. So I'm just going to do these back to back. So it's behind this side over here, and smooth that down. And then I'm going to put this to the side to dry, and we're going to come back to this. Now we're going to work on our door. This is going to open up. This is going to be a little hard to see. This is a black void with some little speckles in it on a piece of paper. We have the door panel, which we're going to cut out, and then there's an extra door. Now my extra door, the handle is on the left. Your handle will be on the right, which is the correct side. So ignore my little mistake here. You're going to want to take your X-Acto knife, and we need to cut this door out so that it will open up. So you're going to cut along the bottom of the door. You can see I have a little bit of white left, the bottom of the door, up inside, and then across the top. And we are leaving this right-hand side attached. Once you get this cut out, fold along the right-hand side to open the door up. Now, if you don't have an X-Acto knife or you don't care to use one, you can do this with your scissors. It's going to be a little tricky. You could cut through down here at the bottom. So you can come in straight through, cut up, then cut across here. So you'll have a little slit. And then once we glue this down to this background, this black background, you can just glue everything down and kind of patch that up a little bit. So you have just a little snip there that will mostly disappear, and I don't think anybody's going to notice it. So scissors only option, just cut through right here, and then we'll glue it down and fix it later. So I have my door, it's cut and it's folded, and I've put a little distress ink around all of those edges just in case my second door doesn't line up. We're just putting this on the back so when we open it, it's finished on the other side. It looks like a normal door on both sides. So you can do this with it open this way. You can do it with it this way. This is probably a little easier just to get it started. And I'm going to glue just on the back side of this door panel and attach my paper door to it. And if you're not sure which way it goes, your handle should be on the right. The larger door panel is at the top. And then I'm just going to move that around until it is lined up properly. And then smooth this. You want to make sure that you do not have overhang when you fold this. You can see down here, I've got a little bit peeking. So I'm going to pull that until it disappears, because this has to open and close. And if there's kind of a flap there, it's going to get caught. So kind of press down into the table, flip it, see if anything's catching. If you have overhang on this side of the door, trim it off. Easy peasy. Once you have your door done, we're going to glue our door down to the background, that black background. And I'm going to just put my glue around the edges. We want to glue this down fairly well, but we don't want to accidentally glue our door shut. Just going to do that. And then this has no up or down. The void doesn't care what direction it's in. I'm just going to line this up on the back. And then I'm going to check my door one more time. Everything is looking pretty good. And let's go ahead and sit this to the side to dry as well. Now let's go ahead and make our statement and victim cards. So we have Alistair Green. Here is his card. It just folds in half, no tabs, and give that a quick glue. I know some of these things, we've done them so many times that you're probably like, April, we don't need instructions anymore. But I want to keep in mind that some of you might have taken a break from this project and come back. It could be a month later. So for Sarah Collins, fold that tab in, then fold over, meet the crease, fold the tab flat, and then flatten everything out. So anyway, I try to keep in mind that some of you might be occasional crafters. There might be a lot of time between, and so those prompts will help you get back on track so that you don't forget some of these little details. There we go. So we've got our victim card, and I'm going to put Sarah's portrait right here. And then I'll put Alistair on his. And now I'll place these over with my door to dry. Now let's work on some of the large pieces for the body of the folio. We're going to do those 2 creases on the report cover. So on either side of the title there. And then we have these 2 larger panels. These work the same as the witness statement cards. So these are going to fold that tab, going to fold in. Again, all of these, if you put that distress ink along there, it just cleans things up a little bit. And then fold in, fold down, give that crease. Same thing for this one. And then we're going to glue the large panels together. String of glue. And then we're going to do the same thing for this one. Fold, fold, and crease, then glue. So now we have a flip here. This one is going to go to the left. This flip is going to go to the right, and it's going to go this direction. Also on the left, we have the office. So the office is going to attach to this tab here. So just put those 2 together. Fold that over so that when you open it up, you've got your office and then this tan page. I'm just going to make sure that these are stacked neatly. Glue along my tab, give that a press. And now let's grab our door panel, and that one is going to hook here. So the blue is on the outside, the rug and floor are on the inside. So just hook that over, tap it on the table to make sure everything is lined up. Repeat it if you get everything out of whack whenever you flip it over, and then glue that tab down. We're also going to attach Sarah's card to this side here. She's just going to hook over, and it can go kind of anywhere along here. It can go on the center. I think I'm going to put it a little higher. It really doesn't matter on this one. The bulk of our things are going to go over here, and this is just a flip, and then the door opens. So I'm just going to hook that over and glue the tab. So now we have flip and flop. We're ready to grab our cover. We're going to make sure our cover is right side up. Open that up. I'm going to insert the one with the house and the office on the left-hand side, just centered up on this panel between the left edge and the spine. Good scribble of glue there. And then the door is going to glue in on the right-hand side. Make sure you have this right side up when you put it in. Since you have flips on both sides, your brain might get confused, so don't put it in upside down. And I'm just going to center that up between the right edge and the spine. And give that a smooth. Now we're ready to add some of these pockets and embellishments. So starting over here on the left-hand side, there is a typewriter. Ms. Collins is a writer. And this typewriter pocket is just going to glue to the panel. We're going to glue the left, right, and bottom with a thin line of glue. So that we have a pocket. And then you're going to want to check your fold here. If this pokes out on the edge, you can just trim that up really quick with your scissors. And then moving over to this side onto the rug, I'm going to place this key pocket, and it goes this way. You can put it this way if you want, it will still work, but I designed it to go this way. Same thing, left, right, and bottom to make a pocket. Thin line of glue. And I'm just going to pop that on there, line it up with the bottom, and then close this to make sure that it doesn't get caught in the crease. And again, if you have a little overhang here, you can trim that up. Moving back to the left, we have this longer description piece. That is going to go right here, hanging down next to the house. And I'm just going to glue that all the way down. And placement is really up to you. I'm going right about there, a little space on the left. And I'm going to open this back up. Here is a description of her office, the study. So the study was neat and orderly. That's going to go here at the top. Lined up with the top of the office image. And then coming all the way over to the right, at the top above the rug, on the carpet near the office door, lay a key made of bone, distinct from the rest of her collection. And we're just going to glue that in at the top. And just like the others, give that a fold and trim off any overhang you might have. Now we're going to flip to this panel here, and we have these couple triangles, and we're going to wait a second before we put those on. Let's bring back our book covers, and we're going to give this a fold. So we're going to fold the Scarlet Masquerade over, and it's got a blank background. We're going to fold it over just to meet the intersection here between the other two covers. It's going to be just a little shorter. And then we're going to do a fold this way. We're going to fold the Emerald of the Orient over the Whispers Beyond the Nile and give that all a nice, crisp, sharp fold. And make sure everything is laying flat. So you have this and then this. And we're going to glue this down here on this panel. It's going to go right in the center. So we're going to just glue this white back area. And you want to make sure that you're not having any overhang in this area here. This can't go beyond here or else it's going to catch a little bit. You can put some distress ink on here. I skipped it this time. I've got my glue on. So this is just like the door where the fold won't work if there's a little extra material in there. And then making sure this is right side up, and I am going to glue this to the center. Let's make sure that is straight. Something is off. All right, so we have her book covers here. And now we're going to insert these little corners right here. So that's going to give us a place to tuck this in to keep it from flopping all over the place. So I'm going to do one at the top. We're going to glue these two edges here and leave this edge free. I'm just going to put a tiny bit of glue, tiny little line of glue right at that angle, and put it right up in the corner. So it is all the way touching the top and the left of this panel. And I do have a little overhang here that I can trim off from the back side. You shouldn't have too much trouble with overhang. I'm going to adjust these a little bit before I send them to you. Let's clean that up real quick. But it happens sometimes depending on how things were cut. And then we've got the other angle, same thing. That 90-degree angle gets a tiny little bit of glue, just a thin line. And that's going to go all the way in this bottom corner. And let's go ahead and put this to the side to dry before we try to use it, or else they're just going to pop right off. And let's grab our ephemera pieces. We have our bone key. Those are just going to glue back to back. You can cut out the center of the top of the key if you want. I haven't messed with it. I didn't want to bother, but you can if you would like. You can cut out that little area. I'm just going to put that to the side. We have our two cards, and we're just going to fold those right in half, back to back, lining up those top tabs, and then glue those together. Same thing for this one. There we go. And then bringing back our report, let me just fold this up and then flip this over. We've got Alistair Green. He's going to go into this typewriter pocket along with the key displays. And you can turn these whichever way you like, whichever is more pleasing to you. And then in the key pocket, we have an illustration as well as what happens when the door is open. And then our key is just going to tuck right in there. And then I'm going to flip this, and we should be able to kind of shimmy this under these little corners to hold it relatively flat. Having this closed will tame it. So don't worry if it's popping up a little. This is just to keep it from flopping all over the place while you're going through the report. Lift this up. Make sure we haven't glued anything down. We have our door. We have poor Sarah Collins. Flip over her book covers, and that is it for the incident report on the bone key. Now you know what's left to do. We need to secure the key away so that this doesn't happen again. So we've got our key cut out. It's been placed into a little box, which will then go into the cabinet. And I'm just going to glue those back to back. There we go. And now let's grab our historical record. We're going to do that crease here so that it will flip open once we've added to the others in our collection. And then just flip that over and add our label to the tab. As well as our curse and history. There we go. And we can go ahead and flip our cabinet open. And we're going to turn all of our little pages over so that we can insert this next one right here. Put the glue right along that attachment point and match up our rivets. And then I'm going to come over and attach my label right here next in line. Put my glue right along this little label holder. Gently put that into place. And then once your glue is dry, you can tuck your bone key into the cabinet and lock it away. After uncovering the fate of Sarah Collins and the bone key, Agent Hale turns again to Ashcroft's ledger. The next entry is difficult to read, blurred almost beyond recognition, but persistence leads him to a name, Reginald McClintock. Unfortunately, the search also uncovered an obituary, one that listed a date of death matching the very day a pocket watch was purchased. Let's assemble this project and see what happened to Mr. Reginald McClintock. There are 6 pages in this project. 5 of them are on cardstock, 1 is on paper. The paper page has Agent Hale's notebook pages on it. Backer paper 5 should be printed on the back of the report cover as well as the back of the page with the history cover. Again, that is our key pattern. And if you're not sure which pages are for this project, look for the ones that say Deathday Dial. You will also need to choose 2 portraits, a man to represent Reginald McClintock and a woman as his wife, Anne. For supplies, you'll need scissors to cut everything out, your liquid glue with a fine point and optional glue stick. I've used that vintage photo distressing on the edges of everything. And in this project, I am going to use a Velcro dot to make a piece interactive, but that's totally optional and you don't have to do that. So let's go ahead and flip our journal open, our notebook open, and move to the next blank page. That's this one here with the strings inside. And that just leaves us with a couple of pages left. And these are just going to pop right in here like we have been. The one with the date, October 25th, goes on top, and the one with the images goes on the bottom. And I'm just going to put those in using my Fabri-Tac. So I have those in, and you can go ahead and read these at this time. Next, let's assemble the statement and victim cards for our report. We've got Anne's card and Reginald's card. So we're going to do these just like we have been. We're going to fold that tab over, fold over the body into the crease, and then press this crease down so that nothing is buckling. And then we're just going to glue those 2 panels together, leaving the tab free. So this is Anne's card, and I am going to attach her portrait to the front. And I'm going to do the same for Reginald. Tab folds over. I do have my distress ink in here to kind of hide that crease, bringing this over into the crease, folding flat, and then pressing down. Some glue. And then we'll place his photo right on the front. And I'm going to slide these off to the side. And let's bring over the pieces of our folio. We're working with large pieces this time. So we have our report cover that you're going to crease on both sides of that little spine. And then let's assemble this flip. This one, we've done one like this before for the library. We're going to actually fold this part first. So this is going to fold right in half. Once you have this folded in half, then fold your tab over. This should keep it from having any buckling or anything getting caught up. So fold, and I'm going to stick some glue in here. Give that a smooth. And then this flip is going to attach to this marble background with the flowers. This is just going to line up and hook over the top of that image so that when it flips open, we have an outdoor view of the mausoleum and then the inside. So I'm just going to kind of line those up. Everything should fit fairly well. I'm going to snug this all the way up into there. I'm going to press down and then put some glue on my tab. And then since I'm working with this already, let's just bring the report over, make sure it's right side up, and we're going to glue this one right in on the right hand side. So tab is at the top. And just going to center that up between the right edge and that spine. And then I'm going to flip this up, give that a smooth. Now I'm going to slide this off to the side. I'm going to grab this background and Reginald and Anne. Anne is going to hook over the left-hand side of this card, and she's going to go towards the top, not all the way to the top. Maybe let that border show a little bit. I'm just going to hook that over and attach it. And then Reginald, I'm going to slide him right here towards the bottom, but again, leave that little border sticking out. And then I'm going to snug that in here. So it'll look like this. Then just flip that over and glue the tab. And let's bring our folder back, our file folder, and we're just going to glue this in on the left-hand side. Make sure it's centered between that little crease for the spine and the outside edge. And then I'm going to just flip these two out of the way and burnish them down. I'm going to make sure Reginald is all the way in there where he belongs. Now we have some embellishments to add. So on this page here with Blackthorn Cemetery, we're going to place our description right across the middle. We're going to put it right above this piece of fencing and have it cover the bottom part of the sign. Just a slightly different placement this time around. And flipping this up, we're going to go all the way to the top here. And we've got the McClintock Mausoleum stood apart. That is going to go at the top here. There we go. And then let's slide this up and place the final description right here. Within the chamber was orderly and spare. Now we have a couple of pieces left. Depending on what portrait you chose for your Reginald, I have two different birth dates. I've got 1862 and 1892. I'm going to go with 1892 because my Reginald is a little younger. If you picked an older Reginald, then you might want the later date. And I'm going to place this here, and then we've got the shadow box with the watch in it is going to go right next to it. So I'm going to glue down Reginald, the headstone first, the nameplate. It would be a nameplate since it's a mausoleum, I believe. And I'm going to place it right about here. I'm going to grab my glue. And I'll put this in here. And then for the shadow box, you can just glue this down if you like. I'm going to grab a Velcro dot because in our story, Agent Hale takes the watch. So I thought it might be fun to make this piece interactive. Let's see if I can get a second dot. And I'm just going to put this right on the back. And then I'm going to Velcro this in. This will leave a little lump in your report when this is closed, but it's not too bad. And then that way it can be removed. So I thought that would be a fun little touch, just to add an interactive quality to this report. So now that we've finished the report, let's put the watch in the cabinet. You all are probably experts at this by now, but I'm going to go over the instructions anyway, just in case you've been away for a while. So I'm just going to put some glue on the back of my fussy cut and put these two pieces together. And then I'm going to grab my record cover and we're going to give that a crease right along here. Flip that over, add the report number to the back. Right there. And then we have the curse and history, which is going to attach here. It looks like I forgot to put a little ink around the edges of those, but it is too late now. And let's go ahead and open up the cabinet and attach our report. So I'm going to flip all of these out of the way, put my glue right along here, and we only have room for one final report. And I'm just going to pop that in right there. And then moving over to the cabinet, we have our shelf label. I'm going to put it right next to our key. Lining up those rivets. And then once your glue is dry, you can place your Deathday Dial into the cabinet. After recovering the Deathday Dial, Agent Hale has just one last item to recover. The final ledger entry is little more than a smear of ink, but a lead from one of Ashcroft's other victims fills in the blanks. It seems just in time, too. Let's assemble this last incident report to find out what happens and wrap up the recovery of these cursed antiquities. There are 6 pages in this project. 5 of them are on cardstock, 1 is on paper. The paper page has Agent Hale's notebook entries on it. Backer paper 5 should be printed on the back of the report cover as well as the back of the page with the history cover. That is our key pattern one last time. You'll also need to print backer paper 1 on the reverse of the pages with these lanterns on them. That is our kind of scratchy paper texture. So there are 2 pages with these waterfall pieces on them, and both of those pages will get this background. If you're not sure which pages are for this project, just look for the ones marked Shadow Lantern. You'll also need 1 portrait of a woman to represent the owner of Moonwell Apothecary, Agnes Whitcomb. For supplies, you will need scissors to cut everything out, your liquid glue with a fine point and your optional glue stick, your bone folder and scoreboard if you're using them, and I've used vintage photo distress ink on everything. So let's start with the entry in Agent Hale's notebook. You are going to use the 2 entries that have the images on them. You are not going to use this entry yet, the one dated October 30th. Don't read it yet. This is our last entry. I'm just going to put this off to the side. We'll come back to that at the end. You will also want the Moonwell Apothecary business card. The business card is just going to tuck into any pocket you like. It can go in the front or the back. I made this one nice and fancy. And then we're going to flip, we're in the back, just flipping 1 page, and we have a 2-page spread here. And that is where we're attaching these journal pages. The one dated October 26th will go at the top, and the one with the lantern will go at the bottom. And I'm just going to attach those with my Fabri-Tac. Now that these are both in, you can go ahead and read them now if you want to, and then we will come back at the end after we have locked up our last item and put our final entry in the back of the notebook. Now let's start assembling our report. Got my cover, I have these 2 panels, one with the bottles and the front of the shop. I have this funky little piece here with the tabs and then my description of the front of the shop. I also have my portrait for Agnes and her card with her statement on it. And we're going to start with the statement card. One last time, fold that tab over, fold over to meet, fold that flat, and then give that a press. Then I'm just going to open this up and put some glue between the two and glue those panels together. Because you have this print on the back, you don't really need to put distress ink here unless you really want to. Then I'll just flip this over and put Agnes's portrait on the front. Next, let's grab the shop front, and we're going to hook Agnes's portrait right over the left-hand side, and we're going to put her towards the top. This label is going to go at the bottom, so you can kind of play with the distance on that if you want and kind of find something centered between the label and the top. And then I'm going to flip this over and glue the tab down. Now let's grab the incident report, and you're going to need to fold this right along that spine area to get that ready to insert our panels. And after you've done that, make sure it's right side up, open that up, and let's go ahead and glue this panel in on the left-hand side. So I'm just going to flip this over and put glue on the back. And then center this up on the left between the left-hand edge and the crease. I'm also going to center it top and bottom. Flip Agnes out of the way here, and then let's just place our little description of the front of the shop right at the bottom of this image. Next, we're going to go ahead and grab these two pieces, the one with the apothecary bottles and then this funky piece. And this piece gets both brown tabs folded to the back. And then we're going to wrap it right around this background like this. And it's going to cover up this big dark panel here. So you'll want to line it up so that it's covering up that panel. And then turn it over and glue those tabs down. Just like that. Then I'm going to bring it back over to my file. Make sure it's right side up. Bottles are facing up. We don't want upside down, topsy-turvy bottles. And we're just going to center this up on the right-hand side. Glue on the back and put that into place. I'm going to smooth this down as best I can and then put this entire thing to the side to dry. Next, we're going to assemble our interactive waterfall. I'm going to put these kind of brown and tan images off to the side for now. And then I have all of my lantern pictures. We're going to use those here in a minute, as well as the Living Shadows card. So let's start with this long piece. This is going to need to be creased in between each of these. So I'm going to start here at the top of the picture. I'm going to fold that. I'm going to make sure that this is all lined up with the sides. Everything is straight. And then I'm going to give that a sharp crease. Then I'm going to move down and crease between this dark box and this light box. And I'm going to make that crease as well. And then down between the next two, and then the next, and then finally this light box at the top. And here's the back. I kind of highlighted those creases so you can see what I did here. We're folding this in half and then just working our way up through all of those pieces. This is what's going to make the waterfall flip when we pull the tab. Once we have all of those creases done, we can start adding our additional panels. These do have an order. They go from light to dark, and I'm going to lead you through this. So we have our darkest one here. The next one is going to be this one where the figure is kind of forming behind the lantern. And to attach this, we're just putting a thin, very thin line of glue in the center of that dark strip and then attaching this. You need to make sure your glue is only on the strip. You don't want to get glue above or below that area because then things won't flip. You can check it by giving this a little push and this will flip up. And then we're going to place the next one. The next one has the hands on it. And it's going to go on this tan strip. Just a little bit of glue. Press that down. And then you can kind of push and see, make sure everything is going. So if you take the card and push, have my hand back here, you can see that the action is working well. The next one has these wispy little figures coming out. That's going to attach to the dark strip. Right there. And then I'm going to press firmly down, and our last one, this one with the beginnings of the shadows, will go right at the top. There we go. You want to make sure that is flush with the top and not sticking up above. And then you can check each one once it's dry, just to make sure everything is moving freely and not stuck together. Next, we have the living shadows. I'm just going to flip this whole thing up. So we're on the whole back side. And this living shadows, the tab is going to line up with the tab on this long piece. So I'm just going to cover the back of this with glue. And attach it right here. Once everything is dry, then we can start attaching these extra panels. This is just something to go on the backs of these to make them more interesting. This will also firm up your creases a little bit. So I'm just going to take and push upward. And we're going to match these extra panels kind of to what is happening in the panel below it. So here we have a sketch of our wispy figures. And I'm just going to put that in right here. Then I'm going to move up one, and we've got the hands. Place that here. I just didn't want to leave the backs of these blank. We needed to keep it exciting. I'm going to flip to the next one, and we have this figure. And finally, flipping up, we have this one. There we go. Make sure you don't have any glue spilling out. Let this dry really, really well before moving to the next step. Once this is all dry, we're going to bring back our file, and we're going to open this up like this, slide this piece down under this insert, and then we're going to glue the back of the last lantern image to this. So I'm actually going to flip this up, and I have my lines here. I'm not going to glue all the way to the top. You don't need to. I am going to glue most of the way to the bottom. I'm not getting to the edges on purpose on this one. It should be okay. But most of the way to the top, maybe leave about 1/4 of an inch. Then I'm going to lay this down so that the bottom of it, it's a little hard to see here, is lined up with the bottom of this piece here, this insert, that everything is tucked under. And I'm gonna reach under here and press that into place like so. And then just make sure this is straight. You want to try to make sure we're centered right and left as best we can. We want to make sure that our image we just glued down is straight. If anything looks like it's tilting, give it an adjustment. It doesn't have to be perfect to work, but the straighter it is, the nicer it will look. Let this dry. And once it is dry, we're going to give this a test pull. Now mine is moving really well. There we go. If yours is not moving well, starting at the top, start giving things a firm crease. So flip them one at a time, pull, flip, and then give that a crease. Pull to the next one, crease again. Look for any places where glue might have gotten stuck and go all the way through to the end. And that is going to help it move better. So now we have a little bit of like a flip book, like we can see the shadows coming out of the lantern, and we have the text on what happens, and then when the lantern's extinguished, they'll disappear again. So I thought this was a fun way to illustrate this part of the story. So now that we have our waterfall completed, that's it for the Shadow Lantern incident report. Now it's time for our last entry into the cabinet. So I have all of my pieces here. I have my historical record. I've got that crease here, back and forth. Then I'm going to flip it over, making sure it is the right direction. And I'm going to go ahead and glue in the history, the curse and history information. Right on the back. One last time, and then we'll put that item number on the tab. And then we'll go ahead and glue our lanterns back to back. If you've cut this out by hand and you struggled a bit with this tiny little top, you can just cut that off if you have to. The itty bitty little finial at the top of the lantern, trim that off. Don't make yourself crazy over it. Make it a little shorter. So there is my lantern, and let's go ahead and open up our cabinet. Add our last history. Putting my glue right along here. And matching up those rivets. And then we're going to slide all the way down to our last place on the door and insert our final label. Little line of glue right here. And put that in place. Once it's dry, you can add your lantern to the cabinet. And that's it for the cabinet. We have filled it. It's all the way full. Every slot filled up. And now I guess it'll have to be sent off to wherever the BEA sends things like this. We might have to explore that later. We're going to close it, seal it up, and we're ready for one final entry in Agent Hale's journal. So now's the time to get that October 30th entry, and we're just going to glue that in here on the last page, the final notes. All of the artifacts have been collected. Agent Hale's job is done, but it feels incomplete. Walter Ashcroft has disappeared. There's a mysterious society that he was trying to get the attention of. So there are still some questions left to be answered. But for today, the BEA is satisfied that the job is done and the case is closed. But if Agent Hale catches wind of Walter Ashcroft or the Umbral Society again, you can be sure that they're going to be on the case. And that is it for Cursed Antiquities. If you'd like to share your completed project, you can head over to the Facebook group and share images or video of your Cursed Antiquities box kit. If you enjoyed this project and would like more, then look in the description down below for links to these kits. Frostbound Forest is a similar style with a story told through a journal accompanied by a craft project to go along with each entry. Gilded Gear Marketplace and Bright Wand Academy are exploration kits, which take you on a little tour of a steampunk marketplace and a magic school. If you enjoy junk journals, then both of these kits also have companion journal kits, each with a complete story. Thank you so much for going on this little adventure with me, and I hope we can go on another one soon. See you next time.